David will spend 5 or 10 or 15 minutes trying to work out what that person does, is, or has. I think it's a good idea, or probably is to get the person. But David has a profit if you cannot provide such content. Over to you, my counterpart.
Oh, yes, this is my favorite part. Danny, if you can't find someone, and we'll help you, if you can't find someone, Danny, to be on.
Basically, this is going to be like Tinder producing for the podcast. Like, I'm going to be weeding through and getting rid of anyone who sounds sane so that we're left with people that...
I have a document called What's Weird About You, and all I have written down is trait, talent, job, or hobby. That has to be somewhat off. Anything about the person that's somewhat off, and they come on, and Tony is sort of the interviewer, and I have to guess what that is. So you've got to find someone with that, but everybody has something weird about them, right?
Yeah, I think so. I'm sure your listeners are going to have plenty of weird stuff about them.
The first one is they actually listen to the show anyway, so that's the major weirdness. We're not going to count that. The fact that they listen to the show. You set them up, you have a chat with them by email, and you give me their contact. I will contact them prior to the show. And then it's up to you to schedule it, get them in, and we do that. And that is wonderful content, as we hit before we hear in the UK. Wonderful content.
All right, so that's the segment. We're going to start it next week. I thought we would kick off this segment by offering what's weird about us as an example. My example is I bite my toenails only after I shower, and my girlfriend Miranda feels that this was something I hid from her for the first few years we dated, because if I had done it in front of her within the first few years, she would have broken up with me. It is a vile hobby, but I love doing it. I don't know. I bite my fingernails because I have anxiety, and when I run out of those, I go onto my toes. But there's a real expiration date on this, because eventually I'm not going to be able to fit my foot in my mouth, or there's going to be a last time I try it in my 50s, and I'm just going to hear a loud crack, and there goes my hip.
Are you that flexible?
Right now I am.
Wait, that's the weird thing about you, not the fact that you jerked off in the bed next to you when you were younger.
Or you know people you'll see this on Thanksgiving dinner. That's weird. I'm sorry.
Those are both things. I'm sticking with the foot in the mouth thing. Tony, what's weird about you?
I've got some emotional I'm quite odd myself. I tend to close my eyes when I write my signature. Which is like, it's the strangest thing in the world, right? I don't know why I do it. I don't know when it started. I tend to, when I write my signature anywhere, slightly close my eyes. And I my signature is connected to my optic nerve. Yet somehow I still do it everywhere I go. And it was I thought the thing, this would stop when people stopped writing checks. Brilliant. Chicken pin came in and listen, I was like, okay, hallelujah. And then I did a job now where I have to fill multiple forms a day. So I look for 50% of the time a little bit like Stevie Wonder.
I like this one, not because it's outrageous. It's not. It's kind of stupid, but I could never guess that. Like, if you brought someone to the show whose weird thing is they sign documents with their eyes closed, I don't think 1,000 questions. That would be a great one, actually, because I would lose this game.
Danny, I think we need to work out what the punishment would be for David. It can't be as severe as yours, because I'm going to suggest he will fail more times than he succeed, like Miranda said. But I think we need to work out what for David. But you have to do that now. I know it's a lot to take on in the first one. 1 second, David. I do have breaking news. So just to let you know, apparently Piers Morgan has given the names of the people that called the guy Ginger, whoever it was, and something to do with Prince Harry. Let me tell you the two people. Can I say it on it? Will we get sued, David?
I have no idea what you're talking about, but keep going.
Oh my God, Danny, he doesn't know this.
Yeah, why would he? I mean, it was only in our work group chat. I mean, I sent, 3 articles about it, so that doesn't surprise me.
I have a friend in from out of town, and we have a podcast group chat, and you guys fucking fill it with 100 messages. I can't keep up.
Yeah, we've got to have WhatsApp boundaries. So I think from now on, any content suggestions are going to go by email to David, because 1, I don't care, and 2, my phone beeps all the time. So I don't want that anymore. So that's going to stop from now on. But also, so basically, there's a new book by Prince Harry and Meghan written by a ghostwriter. And in that book, it is alleged or suggested that 2 members of the royal family queried what color William's baby would be. I don't know whether you remember that. And now the names of these people has been put out. Now loads of papers and media in the UK are not allowed to say it, but it was published in the Dutch book right now.
It appears that it was, although they pulled those books off the shelves and they're claiming that it was just a printing error. So I guess they're going to release, new edited versions of it. But Piers Morgan has outed the two royal family members.
So we can quote Piers Morgan without getting sued. We're not saying it. Piers Morgan would saying it. Also, more than one listener would have to hear this show for us to get in trouble. So I think we should say the names.
Are you sure that King Charles isn't a regular listener of the podcast? Are you sure about that?
No.
Not 100% sure, but I have some confidence he doesn't listen.
Okay, so David, without further ado, I will take a break, and I know you've got the dump button, so I will pause it out just in case you need to get rid of it later. It was Penn and Teller.
Wow. That's wild. I was watching the Chris Rock comedy special from 10 months ago, and he said that's not that racist, because if you're a black family and use rock in black culture, but if white people do it, it's the end of the world.
The interesting thing about that, though, is that I think you could ask that question with two completely different meanings behind the question, right? Because I think, if you're not racist whatsoever, it might just be I wonder, and where you're almost hoping that the kid's going to have this wonderfully, caramel type of skin. Or you can ask the question, and if you're coming from a racist perspective, then yeah, I guess it's a totally different story. But hey, we'll see what happens. Quite the bombshell for the royal family.
Plus, we need to know how much chicken to bring.
Well, Chris Rock was saying that Meghan Markle should have known better because the British royal family invented racism. Like, they are the original racists, so...
Correct. They're the OG. They're not the remake. They're the original, David.
Yeah. Everyone's been remixing it for the last 1,000 years, but they were the original composition. They get the credit on Spotify for writing the song.
Correct. They're Motown, essentially.
All right, Danny, what is weird about you before we wrap this up?
Oh, boy. I mean, I love strategy games. I can play strategy games for hours. I don't know if that Settlers of Catan is probably one of my favorites.
That's not really weird, but it does give the answer of why you're a virgin.
I am obsessed with one of our cats, and it's the guy who's like he's like very skinny and weak and sick all the time, and I can literally kiss and pet that cat like all day long. I adore him, and it's great. The attachment is crazy. I think it's probably not healthy, but yeah.
All right, so plays board games, loves a cat. I love these examples because they're examples of things you cannot bring to the show because they're terrible. And if you bring us a guest like that, that will be the equivalent of doing a bad job, and you will be punished, Danny.
Oh gosh. Okay. Well, hopefully your listeners meet the challenge and send in some weird ideas.
All right, good examples: bite toenails, sign papers, closing their eyes. Bad examples: board game player and cat.
And ideally, we'd like them to come on the show physically via audio. If they don't want it, they can send an email, and I can talk on their behalf with their accent.
Fair enough. All right, so email us if you want to be on the show, but Danny's also just going to find weirdos. My email is david@jew.pizza, Tony is tony@jew.pizza, and Danny is DANI, Danny@jew.pizza.
But please don't email me, because I just don't care.
What if they want to do the interview in person? Can I just give them your address, David?
Yes, and buzzer code, and send them a copy of my key as well.
Perfect. Okay.
Yeah, they'll just come around to your house. You just take anybody. Bring a penis, people.
Don't forget your penis at home.
It's always Thanksgiving and David in the slap.
We want Edge No Weird, right?
Yes. For those who don't know who that is, that was a not sane caller of my old radio.
If you can get hold of Edna, that would be a Christmas present. I mean, God bless us, a couple of them would still be alive now.
All right, David, we love you. Thank you for all your help on the show. And I'm looking forward to the first week, next week, of What's Weird About You.
Thanks for that wonderful new email address.
Danny, I will think of a theme song for next week. and I'll probably sing it to David at some stage. But yeah, I'm looking forward to it. This is, unfortunately, I travelled to America. I went to Thanksgiving. I went for lunch with David, and this is the culmination of all of that, this pitch here, which shows the level of what we're about. If we can only think of this after nearly $1,000 and 10,000 miles, then yeah, this is pretty much it.
This was the best we could come up with our various meetings about writing for the show.
When David goes to restaurants, does he show people his penis pics, or is that just for Thanksgiving dinner at home?
I have, but I don't do it regularly, Danny.
It was so hard. Danny.
What's really weird is that it's two brothers. It's not even like two buddies.
But the brother was next to me.
We show each other the pictures, Danny. I didn't see brother's junk and he didn't see mine, but every other guest saw both of ours.
You have some boundaries. Good to know.
I'm not a psychopath.
Yeah, it was weird because I saw both Cooper appendages like within like a few minutes of each other. It was really weird.
Did you see the resemblance? Because when I talk to my brother, everyone's like, hey, you sound so much like him. You look so much like him. Did you see the resemblance, Tony?
I think of it like Elon Musk's SpaceX. Yours was like on the launch pad, and his was like launching.
Okay, his was the booster stage. All right, I'm going to end this right now. Tony, thanks for coming on here. Danny, thanks for the help with the show.
No problem. Thank you.
Bye, Danny. Have a great day.
Ciao.
Email us, David, fucking hell.
Jesus Christ.
Email us, David at Jew.pizza, Danny at Jew.pizza, and Tony at Jew.pizza. That's DKNI, Danny. If you want to know what's weird about you. And I'm David Cooper. It's This Is Going Well, I think, the show where no one's listening. No one cares. The show where every episode's the last episode. Well-backed biologist and science educator Dan Riskin comes on the show every other week to, well, he tries to talk science stories, but I always end up derailing him. And to me, that's the fun part of this interview. So let's talk science and also not talk science with Dan. David Cooper. Daniel. I wasn't going to sing back, but I just got excited. Daniel Riskin.
That's the thing with singing. You can't help it. You can't help it. It's singing makes you feel good. And like, you know, it's a rainy, snowy, cozy day. I just got my winter tires put on. That's why I'm a little late coming to our taping. And boy, nothing really makes me feel good like having winter tires on the car. It makes me feel like I'm a good dad.
Don't miss that. That is the thing I miss the least about living in Canada. I lived in California and owned a car. Well, at least I moved to New York and don't own a car. I have a motorcycle, but it doesn't have snow tires because I'm a fair weather rider.
You know, it's a motorcycle. You're not supposed to ride a motorcycle in the winter.
I mean, people put like these knobby tires on them and ride in the snow down ski hills and shit. I don't think that's crazy.
Yeah, that's silly. Don't do that in New York. No.
But yeah, I just would remember leaving the tires on too long in the summer and waiting too long to get them on.
But I will say that I did have the experience, as I always do, whenever I do anything car related, where I get a phone call and they're like, well, we've got your tires off and your brake pads, boy, are not looking. And I'm like, I feel like at some point in the not so distant past, I had something done with related to brakes, but I can't remember. But I didn't believe him. So I said, nah, let's just leave that for now. He's like, are you sure? Because this seems... Are you sure you should do it soon?
Are you sure? Because I need the extra money to buy my family Christmas presents.
Exactly. So I said, I stuck to my guns. Then when I picked up the car, I was like, yeah, they're like this, and they should be like this. And I said, so what am I going to hear squeaking when they start to go? Now, I've been on the 401 in a car with the brakes when they fail. Like when like I drove, when I was a master's student, we had what we called the BAT van. And it was this van that belonged to the lab, and you could use it if you're doing something lab related. It was great. It had a big bat painted badly on the side. Like, I really wish they could fit a good bat on it. But I borrowed it, and I was driving back on the 401 from somewhere, I think from out near Kingston, and like the brakes full on failed. Like I was in stop and go traffic, and I would like push the brake as hard as I could, and the car would slowly start to think about slowing. And it was just like, it was very unsafe. But I got it back to the university and parked it, and then told the supervisor that it needed to be dealt with, and didn't use it again for a couple of weeks until I knew it was fixed.
That's the beauty of being a bad student. I, unlike you, was warned, and well, I didn't take my car to the shop, and so the pads wore down to the rotors or whatever, and they worked, but you hear this horrible rumbling, scratching, like imagine trying to stop a dirt bike on a gravel road, that feeling of bumpiness as the gravel, that's what it felt like to press the brakes in the car. And then, of course, one of the rotors needed to be replaced, which was much more expensive than brake pads. So, I don't know, maybe it's a PSA to get it done.
Yeah, because you broke it. That's what the guy told me, is if you wait till you hear noise, you're going to hurt the parts that are more expensive to fix. And so, but I don't know. I just don't believe him. I don't trust him. Like, it's just, I don't trust him. So, that's what it comes down to. So maybe, as such a good dad, I'm endangering my family. We're going to drive to Florida, and I'm going to find out partway through North Carolina that we have no brakes. But it's mostly flat. It's not a lot of downhill.
You're driving Florida on those brakes? Well, I'm worried about you now.
Yeah, I'm not stopping. It's not stop and go so much. It's pretty much just cruise control. So we should be fine. There's very little braking on the way to Florida.
So what else in the world of Dan Riskin?
Oh, let's see. Let's see.
Brake pads. Snow tires.
Yeah.
Driving to Florida. What else we got?
Let's see. I've been trying to figure out how to use ChatGPT to make my life better. Been trying to figure out ways to leverage it to be better at what I do, because there are things that I'm not very good at that ChatGPT might be good at. And so like things like, hey, my website, nobody ever goes to my website. What should I do to make it better? And ChatGPT is like, you should put quizzes on your website. And it's like, okay, how do I do that? And then it's like, you should install this plugin and it's free and la. So like, I just followed its directions, and now I have these quizzes on my website, these science quizzes. And so my traffic has gone up infinitely because it went from 0 to like, I don't know, a handful. So but for me, it's not really about. I'm not really that driven to get people to my website because it's not like that makes me money or anything like that. But I am curious about how one uses tools like ChatGPT productively.
Wow.
And like without having ChatGPT do the things I'm good at and like trying to offload those. Like I'm good at taking a science story and like summarizing it. And I've tried to use ChatGPT to do that and it doesn't do a good job as I do. So okay, fine. But are there other things relating to my job that ChatGPT could be doing for me so that I can spend more time on the things I'm good at? And so I'm exploring that right now and it's been fun.
It always falls back to AI with you and me the last few months, but I'm okay with that. I, like you, have decided to use it to make my life better. I do use it to summarize and write. I have dyslexia, so I leave words out, I misspell words, I read things one way in my brain, but on the page they look totally different. One time I was overslept and reading Shakespeare, Macbeth, in high school, and I think Macbeth, I think at one of the climaxes of the play, he says to Macduff, "Do you take me for the Roman fool?" I don't know, that was just a line that's said in Macbeth that I went to read in class.
Mm-hmm.
And I've been watching Star Trek, so what does my dyslexic brain read? Do you take me for the Romulan fool? I got laughed at, yeah.
I'm sure you did. You just got laughed at again. But laughed with more than at, because you sort of prefaced it by talking about a disability, and I'm not going to laugh at somebody about their disability.
Funny you should mention that. I always had weird shame around writing and reading, and especially in a professional setting or academic setting. It might have been why I leaned towards coding and computers and shit. And away from the humanities. Don't know. But one day, I've told this story before, but it's a great one, at least for me. I was at work, and this executive who I looked up to, who was like an engineering executive, was giving a presentation to this whole company. It's a public company, a big company. And there's the other executive sitting in the front row of this, a company-wide assembly. And 200 people are there. Probably another 300 are watching it on Zoom. Short guy, cool guy, really smart guy, handsome guy. And he puts up a slide in front of the whole company, and there's all these typos.
Huh.
And so the CEO, because it's a jokey vibe they got going on, she stops him to make fun of him in front of the whole company.
Uh-oh.
And this guy just turns to her. He's like, "I'm sorry I had a typo. I have dyslexia. Next time if you see a typo, just let me know and I'll correct it. But it's really hard for me to get everything correct because I have dyslexia." Shut up, the CEO. But for me, it was this moment where I was like, you can just do that? You can just tell people you have this disability and then they won't make fun of you? And that's what's just happened with you and me. I think if I told you that story, you would have been like, idiot, Romulan fool. But then you're like, oh no, you have a disability. It's funny, but I'm laughing with you because it's funny, not at you.
Yeah. Interesting. You know what? So part of what you said there, just getting into the story, is you thought that because of this disability, you were pushed towards coding. That is one of the hypotheses about why so many women end up not doing coding and end up doing other things, is that young girls tend to be just as good at math as boys, but they also tend to be quite good at writing, whereas boys tend to be better at the math, and the writing doesn't come until a little bit later for them developmentally. And so it's thought that girls are sort of in this position where it's like, well, you're so good at the writing stuff, why don't we focus on that for now? And then they just never get back to the coding. So it's not like a deficiency. In fact, it's the opposite. It's the boys have this deficiency in writing, and so that's where the girls end up going. But there is no deficiency for girls in math that they've found. So who knows how it all comes together, but your trajectory supports that hypothesis, or the way you describe your trajectory supports that idea.
I love this because I think a lot of people come to the conclusion, okay, there's more men in STEM, men are smarter. But this completely breaks that. There's more men in STEM because men are dumber.
Yeah, they're dumber. And so that's all they can do. And yeah, exactly. So, but I mean, who knows? I mean, the world's changing and these things get studied, and the world, it's hopefully the world my kids are growing up in is different. But I think, it's amazing when they come home and the way they talk about, say, gender diversity, or a kid in their class that has a different gender now, like all these things that would have been totally alien in my perspective growing up. They take through when we were kids is not necessarily a prison sentence.
I'm going to make a wild assertion here, but I'm pretty sure it's valid, or at least has some basis in the truth. If you'd read a psychiatry, peer-reviewed paper in the 20s, you would be horrified by some of the conclusions. I'm sure there's papers validating hysteria.
Yeah, or brain size. So there's a whole lot of writing about Brokaw's brain. So there's a guy named Brokaw, and he measured how big men's brains were and how big women's brains were, and men's brains were bigger because men are bigger, and so he said men are smarter. And let's now look at a gorilla brain. Well, women are pretty much they're in the gorilla range, so they're about as smart as gorillas or something. I can't remember exactly where it went.
I'm laughing at the absurdity, not because I think women are as smart as
It's absurd. Yeah, you're okay to laugh, but that it's interesting that it seems laughable now because it's so dumb. But he was a smart person who came to that dumb conclusion as a result of biases that he didn't realize he had, and so one has to have the humble self-awareness to wonder what we are blind to that we ourselves are saying, so that just what we said so far, if played 100 years from now, just sounds so ludicrously stupid. We try to be better, but I don't know, we're still using the same analog brains that the gorillas are using.
True, and you should take comfort. Oh, fucking wait for this fucking siren. Jesus Christ, New York.
No, it sounds like they're coming because I made such a good point that it was lit, and now the fire department is coming.
Well, now I got to leave it in because now it's like one of those moments in a podcast, behind the scenes, left in, unedited, all these wild, medical claims made by experts in the 1800s that are just completely off and offensive. You should take comfort that if your findings one day are offensive and off, you'll be dead when that happens. So you won't have to be embarrassed.
Yeah, that's the best way to avoid embarrassment. Sorry, I said that in a way that makes it sound like people should kill themselves. That's not what I meant. But it's a very effective way to not be embarrassed, is that when people are dead, they are not embarrassed.
Like Harvey Kellogg, the guy from the Kellogg's Institute, the guy from the company Kellogg's, he was into, cutting off the clitorises of women who masturbated too much. He was wild with some of the shit. But none of his findings in his lifetime were discredited. Are you aware of how wackadoodle Harvey Kellogg was?
No, but you just ruined cornflakes forever.
Yeah, he was very interested in young girls who masturbated too much, in fixing that as if it was a societal problem. Very interested.
A lot of people are interested in that topic generally, but usually with a different conclusion.
People should be interested in 18-year-old people masturbating. Why not? That's fun. 18 and older. But, it was a different angle. Like, he thought it was wrong. He thought it was... You're doing the sigh where you're like, okay, being on David Cooper's podcast makes me look bad. I get it.
No, I was sighing at Kellogg.
Oh, but also that.
I will fact check everything you said, but and the general idea. But I have to say, these conversations don't come up on other places where I talk about science. But that's part of the marvel of David Cooper. Did you buy a house?
Yes. Asterisk. I'm waiting for approval
from the board of the co-op board.
Yeah.
So did you give them a letter? Did you write a letter saying how great you are?
Oh my gosh. 194-page application.
No, that is not true. That is an exaggeration.
No, exactly 194 pages. Now, 100 of those are the tax returns from the last 3 years. So I had to give them a copy of my taxes with my social security, or as you in Canada say, social insurance number blocked out.
You did block that out?
Yeah, I redacted it. And my bank account numbers and stuff.
How long did it take you to redact 100 pages of tax returns? So you do a search and replace for all the things you thought were important?
Yeah, search and replace for my social security number.
Yeah, okay.
We're talking about ChatGPT, and you don't think I know how to use fucking search? Jesus.
Is it digital so that they could select it and see the numbers, and it's just covered with a black box? Or did you have to then, how do you hide it digitally?
So you need to burn it in to the PDF. This is actually, for me, a lot of people are going to find this boring, but they should know this stuff. If you draw a black box over sensitive information in a PDF and hit save, that information's still in the PDF.
That's what I thought.
You can think of it as like a layer, like the text is underneath the black box. Visually, you can't see it, but in the actual file, the document itself, it can still be extracted by highlighting, by fancy tools. Not even that fancy tools, to be honest.
Not even a highlighter is not a fancy tool, but I would click and I would drag and see if the number suddenly appeared.
So you need to use a redacting tool that underneath, whatever's underneath that box gets deleted. The technical term for that is burnt. Like you burn it in. You're basically burning everything underneath it. So yes, I did redact it properly.
What I would do, I would look for a burner tool now, but I guess what I would do is I would put the black box over it, and then I would take a screen grab of it and then save that as a new PDF. You can't do that 100 times. That takes so long.
194. And then bank statements, brokerage account statements.
What about the letter? Tell me about the letter. Did you write a letter about how great you and Miranda are?
I mean, sure. I mean, we didn't
talk ourselves up too much.
Tell me, what did you say? I want to know what you said in the letter.
That we're quiet people, good neighbors. Like, I don't know, standard stuff. We're good neighbors.
What do you mean you don't know? You wrote the letter. I mean, I want to hear it. I want to know the tone. I want to know how David Cooper, because like your whole shtick is to talk about it. I'm terrible. I have terrible sense of humor. I make lots of bad life decisions. I'm a bad person. I take pictures of my genitals and send them to people. Blah, da, 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 da. And then I want to hear what it sounds like when David Cooper's like, but actually, I'd be a great neighbor because I have a cat.
Well, there's the performer David Cooper, and then there's the neighborly David Cooper. They're different hats, and I wear them both. It's not like because I'm full of shit on my show that I'm going to burn a building down. I care about my neighbors in my community. Come on.
You do. You're a caring person. I would put that, if I were asked to write a reference letter, and I'm a little hurt you didn't ask me to write you a reference letter because I do have a PhD, and I can sign things, Dan Riskin, PhD, if you ever need a reference letter. But I would have said you're kind and you take care of your community, that you're community-minded, and that you are have a good sense of right and wrong, and that I would trust you. That's what I would say in my reference letter.
There's 6 reference letters, okay?
6, and I'm not in your top 6. Who is in your top? Like you don't have to give me names, but like people you've known longer, family members, people who are elected officials, professional comedians that everybody knows from the movies. Who makes the list above me? I thought we were kind of tight.
Letter of employment from Miranda. Previous letter of employment from a tech company for me, from before I changed careers to whatever the fuck this is. 2 personal. So like close friend. 1 in New York who's also a co-op board, like he's on the co-op board.
Oh, that's good. Good. I'll take that.
Yeah, I think he's the president. So he's like, okay, I know David. He'd be good on a co-op.
And I know what it takes to run a co-op. And this guy.
That's literally what he put in his letter. I know what it takes to run a co-op. It's like, this is it? Are you really interested in this? It's all just like boring standard stuff.
I love boring standard stuff, man.
And then 1 letter of reference from someone I both worked with and then managed in the tech industry.
Oh, wow. You were their boss.
And then here's where you're going to be a little jealous.
Uh-oh.
Because it's someone who's in your circle and sphere, and I chose them above you.
Who was it?
Jim Richards.
What?
Okay. Well, you know what? Jim Richards is better established than I am.
He was my literal coworker. We were both hosts for the same network, same job.
Yes.
I was on his show every night. You know, he's probably the best positioned person at my former employer to give me a reference.
I think that's it. That was the right call. That's the right call. How was his letter?
Amazing. I mean, it was. I can try to read it to you. I'm writing to emphatically endorse David Cooper.
Yeah, see, I wouldn't have used emphatic. That word would never come to me. You made the right call. Jim Richards was a good call. I got nothing but respect for that guy. And I mean, I would choose you first, but he's on my list after you. I mean, if I need a reference letter for a co-op in New York.
If they wanted 3 professional references, I would have put you on there. Yeah, but Jim, I worked in broadcasting this long. I've known David this long. Here's what he did. David has a background in software, blah, blah, blah. But at his role in Bell, he was competent, reliable. He was consistent. I delivered thoughtful, high-quality reporting.
That's nice.
Yeah, and then like I interviewed high-profile Canadians, and
Sure. Chris Hadfield.
Yeah, Chris Hadfield.
And listen, if I'm going to choose between getting to write you a reference letter for your co-op or being the person you name drop when you're talking to Chris Hadfield, I will definitely take the latter. And I'm very proud that you brought me up when you were talking to Chris Hadfield. But I would say we missed something. Something's come out in the news lately about astronauts that I want to ask Chris Hadfield about. Odds are you're going to get him on your show before I get to talk to him. So
he is not allowed. I can't remember whether I got permission to talk about the forbidden question or not with you. Did I reveal what the forbidden question was on this podcast?
I don't know if you said it on air, but I know because you told me. I just can't remember if you played that on your podcast or not.
I never would have played it, but I asked Chris Hadfield a question so bad that he will never talk to me again.
You think that he won't, or has he said he won't?
Well, he said on the phone to my producer, so nothing in writing. So
yeah, he may forget. He won't forget.
Okay, but what were you going to say? The question.
Onycholysis. So I'm Onycholysis. Onycholysis is
a type of salad. No,
it's losing your fingernails. Onycho means fingernail, and lysis means cut. And so apparently, when people do spacewalks and they wear their spacesuit with their space gloves, it hurts a little on their hands. and it's really common afterwards for their fingernails to fall off.
Ugh.
Now, they don't say which astronauts this happened to. They said that it correlates with the width of the fist. So how broad your knuckles are at the top there. If you made a punching fist, the broader they are, the more likely you are to lose a fingernail. It grows back, but it's like there's something about like circulation or something that's happening during spacewalks that is causing these problems. And that's the thing, like, I want to know if he ever lost his fingernail or if it was somebody else or if he knows who it was. If they're like, I mean, like astronauts got to be talking about this stuff. Like, listen, you're going up there. Here's the stuff that's not in the news that you got to know. One, you're going to find that this happens. Two, you're going to find you get really itchy here. Like, there's got to be the inside scoop. And by definition, they're not going to tell you on your podcast. But nonetheless, it does make me, like, that's proof. Like, in one paper, there were 200 and something incidents cataloged of astronauts with hand injuries that they told NASA about. That's 200 times. There aren't that many people that have gone to space. So I'm just saying, like, how come we never heard about it until now? That's my big question. I feel like, what else are they hiding?
So you want to know all those little things that aren't widely published, that's astronaut to astronaut, private information. Once you get approved to go up there, they'll tell you in a little secret booklet, hey, your fingernails are going to fall off, and other things.
Yeah, and it smells bad. Because I felt like that was my inside knowledge, was it smells really bad in space. And so then I dropped that knowledge to you because I heard a rumor that it smells really bad in space, but astronauts don't like to tell people that. And then Chris Hadfield goes on and says, Dan's a nice guy, but he's never been to space, which is fair enough. I haven't been to space. And by the way, you should get your reference letters from Chris Hadfield. I think that you could probably do whatever you want with that. But he did point that out.
That's some shade right there. Dan's a nice guy, but he's never been to space.
That's what he said on your podcast. I was driving, listening to it. I just pulled over to catch my breath. And I was like, yeah, you know what? You're right, Chris Hadfield. I can't disagree with you. But nonetheless, he denied that it stinks in space. He said it doesn't smell so bad on the International Space Station. He said maybe on other, I forget. I think he said maybe on some earlier spacecraft it might have been stinkier, but that it's fine on the ISS. But anyway, so I was wrong about my rumor about it in space, but you can't deny this rumor about people losing their fingernails. And I will just give you the useless, boring tidbit that I cannot help myself, but I have to say. Onycholysis is a great word because there's a bat that was described in 2008 called Onychonicterus. And Nycterus is Greek for bat. Onycho means fingernail. It's a fossil bat that has fingernails. It has claws on the ends of all of its fingers. And modern bats don't have that. Bats have a claw. The one family, the pteropodids, have a claw on the second digit, like your index finger. But all the other fingers have no claw at the end on a bat. But this fossil bat, that's 50 million years old, was on the cover of Nature in 2008, and it's called Onychonicterus because it's got these claws on it. And I just memorized the name Onychonicterus. I didn't know onycho meant fingernail. So anyway, when I learned about the space astronaut thing, it made me love bats all the more.
Wow, so boring. No, I'm kidding.
Yeah, exactly. But that's the price you pay for knowing me.
It always comes back to bats with you. All right, you got another story that you prepared because you're a consummate professional. Bats with giant penises.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, we got to talk about this.
Yeah, we have to. So there is a bat. It is found in Europe. It's called a ceratine.
It's not called the Dan Riskinus, named after an appendage that matched the person that... Okay, never mind. Go on.
If I had a penis the size of this bat's, scaled to my body size is the key.
Relative to the body size. Your penis to body ratio, as it were. If it were the same as the bat.
Yes, thank you. Exactly. 22% length. 22% body length. So I'm 6'2". That's just over a 16-inch penis.
Jesus Christ.
Just to give you a sense of what you're dealing with when this bat flies into your roost. So this bat has an enormous penis, but not only is it extremely long, but the female vagina is a seventh that length. It's nowhere, like you could not fit that inside. It won't fit. And then the second thing is that the penis has a heart-shaped protuberance at the tip that is 7 times wider than the opening to the female reproductive tract. So it's just like, what is going on with this penis? It's the wrong size. It's 7 times wider and longer than it needs to be. And indeed, they started making some videos because they thought, first of all, they had some they noticed that when mating was happening, they didn't see it go in. They were like, does this thing just not go in? So then they watched, I think the number was 87 different mating events. Some of them filmed using a camera in the attic of a church in the Netherlands, and some of it recorded at the Bat Rehabilitation Center in Kharkiv, Ukraine, during the war. And they got all this footage, and they say that it doesn't go inside, that it stays outside. And so anyway, people have been, impressed by this, but, it does sort of beg the question, like, why is it so big? So it was an open question about whether this thing could even fit inside. And so these researchers filmed, I think, 87 mating events.
Whoa,
And not once did they see it go inside.
that's geeky right there. 87 times? I hope none of those people have heard this.
No. They're bat biologists, and bat biologists are completely trustworthy at all times. So anyway, they made all these videos, and one of the videos has been released. I have it on my website, so if you want to check that out, you can see it. And it's funny because I get emails from other bat biologists. They're like, "Have you looked at that video? Because it looks like it might go inside a little bit at this moment." Like people could like watch this and like zoomed in and like been like,
not a lot, just a little bit.
"Yeah."
It's what that song was about, I think.
Oh boy. Anyway, so but it's neat because all mammals that are known put the penis inside. That's just what mammals do. And this might be a mammal that doesn't do that. This might be a mammal where it brings the sperm to the outside and drops it off, and then it has to sort of like go in. It has to leak in or whatever, but it never actually gets placed inside, which would be really weird for a mammal.
Frottage, I think, is what that's called.
What's it called?
Frottage. That's like the word for the sexual act of just rubbing up against each other, but not actually going in there.
Really? There's a word for that, and I've never heard it. Amazing. Frottage.
Yeah, like sexual rubbing of the genitals. It's the proper term. Like if you talk to a sexual health educator, they'll call that frottage.
Really?
Frottage, frottage.
Frottage. It rhymes with fromage.
And it's just as delicious. Yeah, I think that's what that is. Give or take. Yeah, give or take.
I did not see that word in this scientific paper about these bats. But anyway, there's been a couple of emails floating around between different bat biologists who are like, I think I've seen these bats actually doing it. Like one researcher says in the 60s, he remembers like picking a male up in the. I love that stories like this are coming out in scientific papers and we can talk about them. I think the world is a funny, kinky place and full of surprises.
Well, when I first slept with my current girlfriend, Miranda, she paid me a very nice compliment. She wasn't going to tell me I had a big member because, let's face it, they don't. But she did say you have a very good penis to body ratio, which I thought was such a thoughtful compliment. And I don't know, it gave me a lot of confidence that I still carry with me to this day.
That's good. I've never said that about you, but I don't think I've ever seen you naked, and I'm not complaining. That's fine.
Unusual. Most people who are my friends have seen me naked.
Right, and again, I probably would have gotten the representative. Maybe I'd be better for the representative because I haven't seen you naked, and I wouldn't have to bring up your incredibly good penis to body size ratio, which apparently is one of the features. I'm sure that's in other references. Among your 6 reference letters, that must have been in there somewhere.
So let me give you a little background on what I did for Thanksgiving. I've talked about it a lot on the show, but I do think now is the time to bring it up again to get your take on it. My brother came in from Canada.
I've met your brother.
Oh, yes, of course. I didn't remember that.
Yeah, in person.
Yeah, at the radio at CFRB News Talk 1010, their studios. But, so he came in, and my friend Tony, who's a regular contributor on the show, came in from England. I had a big do, 12 people, whatever. All my friends and out-of-town friends and all this at Thanksgiving at my house. At the end of the meal, it came up that everyone at the table had seen me naked but Tony. And so I didn't get naked, but I showed Tony a naked picture of me, to which my brother got very competitive with and showed Tony a naked picture of him. We passed the photos around the table. I didn't look at my brother's and he didn't look at mine because we had boundaries then.
I think siblings, that's the one person you're sure to have seen each other naked at some point.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think we were so much of a naked for whatever reason. But we were asking the guests who looked better naked and who had the better you-know-what, and Tony thought this was very odd, and I didn't think that was odd at all. If you had been sitting there and I handed you a photo that heavily was focused on my penis and my brother then handed you one, would you think it was an odd Thanksgiving, or would you just be, oh, this is all fun and games?
Well, I'm already at David Cooper's house for Thanksgiving, so I'm a little bit like I put on a different sort of set of expectations when I come to Thanksgiving at your house, because I assume, in the same way that all of our conversations are different from the conversations I have with other people, that this is probably not going to be typical. And so it would be weird, but by the same token, it would be not weird. because it's kind of what I expect from David Cooper's sphere.
But if I showed you a video of a movie of someone getting shot in the head, you think that was totally normal. Why is violence okay, but not nudity?
No, you shouldn't show me that video. I would be perturbed by that. No, if you pulled out your phone and said, "Look at this video of somebody getting shot," I would feel much worse about that than the penis thing.
I'm just saying, in TV and movies, violence is so normal, and a naked body is like, oh no, what a weird thing. If I showed you a clip from like an action movie, from Die Hard, of someone getting shot, you wouldn't think anything of it. That's someone dying.
You know, the movies are changing though. So there's I wanted to watch a kids movie with my kids, and I was like, you know what? The '80s, there were so many good movies, and so I just went and I was like, well, here's one I didn't even see, Jumanji. So I was like, okay, let's watch Jumanji, like the old original Jumanji from like the '80s. The movie starts. It starts like 100 years ago, and some people bury a box in the woods, and then it fast forwards to the future, and then there's like this box that's getting uncovered while they're digging up to put a house in or something, and this kid finds it, and it's this mysterious box. Fine. But then he's on his way home and a bunch of kids come and bully him and beat him up for no reason because they're trying to build sympathy for the character and probably he's going to get a comeuppance later. But that like premise that happened in all these 80s movies where, oh yeah, sure, the neighborhood kids, 12 of them come together and punch you in the face a bunch of times and that's just what happens when you're a kid. Like my younger son was so shocked and terrified by that idea because he had never seen that trope in any movie, read it in any book. Just it was like, and when you think about it, it's like actually that's the appropriate response. If 12 kids ganged up on you and punched you until you bled, like that is actually a very scary, terrible thing to have happen.
And maybe a thing for the court system to resolve.
Yeah, exactly. Like he lives in a world where that does not happen, which I think is wonderful. But also he lives in a world where that doesn't happen in a lot of movies. And so I think that, you know, your point about Die Hard might be a bit of a dated reference. I get it that, like, you know, movies today still do have a lot of violence compared to kissing and hugging. But, you know, like, movies today have gay characters all over the place, and that would have been just shocking when Die Hard was a movie. So, like, things are shifting, right? And I think it's I don't know, I'm feeling super hopeful today. I don't know why. I'm just in a really hopeful, I think the future's going to be great kind of mood.
Have you looked at the climate projections for the next 100 years?
Yeah, I have, and that's why it feels unusual for me to be so hopeful. But I really do think even the climate stuff, like I really do think
Technology will save us?
no, I don't know if we'll be saved or the things will just change in a way that we might wish we still had things the way they were, but we'll find a way to persevere. I really would like fish to keep on existing in the ocean, and I would really like for humanity not to have a giant collapse in population as a result of our overusing our resources, and I would like for there not to be plastic absolutely everywhere in all things. But I don't know, man. I still feel hopeful. People are resilient. We've got new technologies that are coming out, and people are creative, and people want a better future, and things are changing. I don't know. I feel like there's no point in getting down the dumps because we just don't know. And I don't know. It's still talk to you if you start getting down the dumps about it.
Sure. But look at Venus. That's what they want to do in this.
Yeah, sure. Venus I don't have much hope for. Venus is very, what is it, 800 degrees Celsius on the surface or some crazy thing like that?
It's, come on, 2027. You don't understand that. And your dog knows.
But you go straight up, you're sitting on a lot, so it's a lose-lose.
You know, you try to know
Right. Because either they burned off or it's fine.
and I always you have to even when they are
That assumes that I haven't lost it already in an earlier test of love where we were like, whoever loves the other one more, cut off your pinky. You know, or something like that. There was speaking of movies that scarred you, what was it? Was it Twilight Zone or Amazing Stories? I feel like it was one of those. And it was about a woman who, oh man, she was this old lady and she collected people's pinky fingers. And so she creates a kind of gambling thing where like, if you won, you got a ton of money, but if you lost, you keep off. And so like this guy like was in a hotel room in Vegas, he had his hand tied down, and the pinky was isolated, and it was on like this. It was on the cutting block, and then the person like she wasn't even the one doing it. It was like this whole bunch of people, and there was the guy who got the butcher's knife. is holding it up above the hand, and basically it comes down to this card or this roll of the dice or something. And if he wins, he doesn't get his hand cut off. When he loses, he gets his pinky cut off. And then in the end, there's like this reveal that she was actually lying the whole time she would have happened. And so he wins, but he never gets the payout. And then the police come and take her away. And he risked it all for nothing. He got nothing in the end.
He was sneaky. I mean, that's pretty good.
Take it into perspective.
This is just a bad rap. Don't you need the piece of code or something? Piece of code.
I don't know what the pinky toe is. I've never really looked at data on.
That's how you cut that fucking thing.
I know that's in the wheelhouse. I feel like I should have seen something in that, but I haven't seen it in that. But I do know they made a prosthetic. This is before the pandemic. Maybe during 2020, they made a prosthetic thing where you wear this glove and it's got a thumb on the other side. So now you have opposing thumbs on the single thumb. So you have 4 fingers at the top, you have one thumb on one side, and you have another thumb on the other side. And it's activated by your toe in your shoe. And so you can wiggle your toe and it moves your other thumb. And they found that people were really, really quick to figure this thing out, and it became totally intuitive very, very fast. And they used it as an example of like, listen, we could talk about prosthetics for people who have lost the time, but we should also talk about prosthetics for people that I want an exercise, just to be super helpful. Like, why are we assuming that the human body is perfect and the fact that we sort of into it? Why not enhance it? Why not give ourselves extra things?
I wonder if you could somehow wire up an extra intended to piano part. The virtuoso. Six fingers on the 7 fingers on the could they play more crazy shit? I don't know. Or would it be too much for the band?
I mean, good. I mean, that's the musicians, like, I think that they do. Musicians do. I heard talking to my brother about this today. He had a good one. He said, like, when you see somebody drumming and singing at the same time, he said, for him, that's David Jones. Like, yeah. How a person can do both those things at the same time? Because it's just like, if you're normal, if you're a mother like me, you can't play the drums and sing. There's no way. But yet they do.
It's people who already kind of isolating the left and right hand, especially in the traditional music where the left hand is mostly rhythm or mostly like back and chords, the chord progression, and the right hand for the melody. So you're already kind of, bifurcating the melodic, bifurcating the melodic rhythm.
Yes, you're bifurcating the melodic. Yes, absolutely.
You're putting two things at once.
But here's another question. If you could have an extra arm that you could attach to any part of your body, where would you put it?
Would I use it to bifurcate the melodic rhythm?
Well, now you could bifurcate it, but where would you put it on your body? What's the ideal place? You've got an extra arm that's the same length as the arms you've already got. Where do you put your third arm? Yeah. There's no wrong answer here. I just be curious to know.
Coming out of my chin?
Yeah. Are you extended the possibility? I like the idea of having one maybe sitting to scratch close to your own arm. But I feel like if you had one on the top of your head, that'd be really helpful because you could reach down and do stuff. Like when you're playing the piano, you got another arm that can come down for the bifurcation of the melodic. And then, you can hold the phone, you can do all kinds of things with arms in different places. Yeah, it's something to think about. But the point from the paper was like, let's think about it. Because the idea that it would shoot the idea that maybe the image of a perfect clock is obviously outdated, right? So, okay, what might we do? What might we do differently? I implied it.
I'm telling you, episode bifurcating the melodic rhythm. I think that was the most pretentious thing I ever said. You can two melodies at once.
Oh, you said not pretentious.
It's above the 50% line of potential things I say.
Sure, and then if you were to bifurcate, that's good things you said. It would be the upper melodic of that bifurcation of the potential. Yeah.
Of the various me's that I am, if there's a meat and potato version of me, that one's not bifurcating the melodic rhythm. I'll tell you that much.
Exactly.
Well, I look forward to having you on again. Although we've crossed the line so many times on this episode, I'm left wondering, not for the first time in my interactions with you, I'm left wondering, will you ever come on this show again?
We'll find out.
Find out next week. Don't know, I guess.
Find out next week when bifurcations. Yeah. No, we might bifurcate now. I mean, if I was going to leave, this would be the time to do it because then that's what the melodic would bifurcate here.
Dan, thank you as always.
It's focusing. in your show. I wish you the best and good luck. I hope that your reference letters, especially the one from Jim Richards, are well received.
Now, are you in the away? Like, when will we speak to you?
I think we're good for next. We're good for well, 2 weeks from now, yes, we're in 15th. Yeah, fine.
I love the show that's on the show. You schedule it.
Yeah, people love that. So that's what they listen for, is so they can put the let me get a calendar. Great.
You can zoom all the way to the end of the show when you talk schedule, so that you can follow it along on the calendar.
Yeah.
Thank you again, Steve.
Thank you, sir. Have a good one.
Oh my god.
Hello and welcome. It's This Is Going Well, I think, with David Cooper, and I'm David Cooper. It's This Is Going Well, I think, the show where no one's listening, no one cares, the show where every episode's the last episode, and we're triple digits, baby. So I started doing the show last summer, and only now do I feel like I have a good handle on what this show is exactly. And that includes the occasional episode where I say there's no episode for the day, thereby creating an episode and in a way lying to you. But today, I'm not coming here to do just that. It's a special non-episode episode because this is my 100th show. So I just want to take the time to thank everyone who's come on the show, everyone who's helped me with this, including my producer Danny, Tony Five, my infinitely patient girlfriend, honorable mentions, Dan Riskin, Gary Dierenfeld, Natalie Norman, Natasha Vinnick, Samantha Biddy, anyone who's been on this show more than once, or anyone who's been on this show even once. I don't know why you came on, but I'm glad you did. But most importantly, I want to thank you, listener, singular intended. It was just a few years ago. I was on the verge of tears in my therapist's office, hoping I could connect with just one person through my art, if you can call this that. And since I started doing this thing, whether it be on the radio or this podcast, I've had the ability to connect with a small number of people. I see the stats, but it's more than one. And I'm really grateful for that. I'm grateful for you listening because it fills me with joy, makes this worth doing. And I look forward to what the next 100 episodes of this show brings. Format nailed down. I've got some pretty exciting stuff on it. So as a 100th episode gift from me to you, here is a clip from a very beginner radio personality, me, in my first, 15 hours of radio. This is from 7 years ago, and I'm giving it to you completely out of context. All you need to know is I'm interviewing a boyfriend and girlfriend couple. I regret how this went. And I regret inviting you, and I regret you trusted me as an adult to provide some sort of
What do you regret
experience, enjoyment, to engage in something of artistic substance. Did you trust me?
Yeah.
Did I let you do it?
No. This is artistic in kind of an ugly way.
You guys butt stuff?
A little bit.
Yeah. Who's doing what?
Oh, that's a good question.
Me. You're doing it to him too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What do you think?
I don't know. I don't know your life, dude. So that's it. Here's the amazing theme music.
Actually,
Marco knows what needs to be done as far as adult hookers are concerned. And despite the foot dragging by women's groups, whose side he normally is, and people like Fred Robinson and Margaret McCall and hordes of others, he adult hookers are concerned. Good morning. Now, I know it's Monday morning, and I don't want to depress you in any way, shape, or form. It seems to me that every time I look at the wee red light, I'm not talking about AIDS, I'm talking about prostitution. And I don't do it for the sake of truth and sensationalism. There are growth issues that we've got to face up to. Not AIDS today, however. Prostitution done as far as adult hookers are concerned. And despite the foot dragging by women's groups, on whose side he normally is, and people like Fred Robinson and Margaret Mitchell and hordes of others, he shows good common sense on the hookers. He says,
Welcome to Serve News. Today in debate, Pierre officially released a documentary on X/YouTube and is now trying to get Trudeau to watch.
Mr. Speaker, it's funny, he released a video the very same day of him in his starter home pretending that he was a real estate agent. But in reality, everyone laughed because they know that he's doubled the housing cost. Right. I mean, he's delivered an economy where we have the fewest homes per capita of any country in the G7, even though we have the most land to build on. And Toronto is now the worst housing bubble in the world after 8 years of this prime minister. So that's why I'm putting partisanship aside and offering the prime minister and the Liberal caucus a private screening of my documentary. Will the prime minister put his ego aside and join with me personally to take in this documentary, Housing Hell, How We Got In, and How We'll Get Out of It?
The right honorable Prime Minister.
The reality, Mr. Speaker, is the Conservative leader continues to call for the federal government to get out of the business of housing. And we will.
This is coming from a guy that made a statement saying that housing is not a federal responsibility. And I'm pretty sure that was a video with a bandage on his forehead. And supposedly that was from playing with his kids during the divorce. I'm pretty sure.
Will not repeat the same mistakes he made when he was housing minister under Stephen Harper. The Conservative leader's present plan won't build enough homes fast enough, doesn't reach enough cities, and creates unnecessary red tape. He'd also defund affordable housing projects and tax affordable rental construction even more. While the Conservative leader focuses on clickbait and views, we're going to focus on building Canadians more homes.
The honorable leader of the official opposition.
Speaker, he did try to make a video. It was a total failure. His videos don't get clicks and his houses don't have bricks. After 8 years, that's why housing costs have doubled. He shouldn't have to read his entire answer. I'm offering to inform him. If he would just take 15 minutes away from his photo ops, he can watch my brilliant documentary on X or YouTube with a common sense plan to require cities permit 15% more homes, give them bonuses if they exceed the target, require transit around every new federally funded, or require housing around every federally funded transit station, and sell off 6,000 buildings. This is common sense.
The right honorable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the Conservative leader's plan is to pick fights with municipalities, to create more red tape, and to withdraw funding for affordable housing and affordable apartments. That's not a plan to build more housing, but he has demonstrated that he's extremely satisfied with his ability to spread misinformation and disinformation online, which, yes, I will admit, he's very good at. On this side of the House, Mr. Speaker,
Trudeau is the best at misinformation. Look at what he just did. Didn't answer any questions, didn't offer any solutions, and avoided everything at all costs. And you guys gotta comment down below what you think of this behavior. I think it's crazy. Let me know what you think.
we're focused on delivering solutions for Canadians. We're focused on building more housing for Canadians, not focused on self-aggrandizement like the leader of the opposition.
The honorable leader of the official opposition.
Speaker, he is the king of self-aggrandizement, as evidenced by the fact that he's the king of my much-acclaimed documentary when he claims he hasn't even watched it. How will he know about the common sense solutions if he hasn't had the attention span to sit there for 15 minutes on YouTube or X and watch it, Mr. Speaker? It includes a common sense plan, ending that he was a real estate agent, but in reality, everyone laughed because they know that he's doubled the housing cost. He's delivered an economy where we have the fewest homes per capita of any country in the G7, even though we have the most land to build on. And Toronto is now the worst housing bubble in the world after 8 years of this prime minister. So that's why I'm putting partisanship aside and offering the prime minister and the Liberal caucus a private screening of my documentary. Will the prime minister put his ego aside and join with me personally to take in this documentary, Housing Hell, How We Got In, and How We'll Get Out of It?
The right honorable Prime Minister.
The reality, Mr. Speaker, is the Conservative leader continues to call for the federal government to get out of the business of housing. And we will.
This is coming from a guy that made a statement saying that housing is not a federal responsibility. And I'm pretty sure that was a video with a bandage on his forehead. And supposedly that was from playing with his kids during the divorce. I'm pretty sure.
Do not repeat the same mistakes he made when he was housing minister under Stephen Harper. The Conservative leader's present plan won't build enough homes fast enough, doesn't reach enough cities, and creates unnecessary red tape. He'd also defund affordable housing projects and tax affordable rental construction even more. While the Conservative leader focuses on clickbait and views, we're going to focus on building Canadians more homes.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
He did try to make a video. It was a total failure. His videos don't get clicks, and his houses don't have bricks. After 8 years, that's why housing costs have doubled. He shouldn't have to read his entire answer. I'm offering to inform him. If he would just take 15 minutes away from his photo ops, he can watch my brilliant documentary on X or YouTube with a common sense plan to require cities permit 15% more homes, give them bonuses if they exceed the target, require transit around every new federally funded, require housing around every federally funded transit station, and sell off 6,000 buildings. This is common sense.
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the Conservative leader's plan is to pick fights with municipalities, to create more red tape, and to withdraw funding for affordable housing and affordable apartments. That's not a plan to build more housing, but he has demonstrated that he's extremely satisfied with his ability to spread misinformation and disinformation online, which
Didn't offer any solutions and avoided everything at all costs. And you guys gotta comment down below what you think of this behavior. Yeah, I think it's crazy. Let me know what you think.
we're focused on delivering solutions for Canadians. We're focused on building more housing for Canadians, not focused on self-aggrandizement like the Leader of the Opposition.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, he is the king of self-aggrandizement, as evidenced by the fact that he's mocking my much-acclaimed documentary when he claims he hasn't even watched it. How would he know about the common sense solutions if he hasn't had the attention span to sit there for 15 minutes on YouTube or X and watch it, Mr. Speaker? We'll even try to get it on TikTok so that he can find it. Mr. Speaker, it includes a common sense plan to cut bureaucracy and taxes so that we can bring it home.
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, when I came into question period today, I didn't think it'd be I'd be hearing an infomercial for how great Pierre Poilievre's social media skills are.
Since he said Pierre Poilievre in full, he messed up. He's gonna get in trouble.
Go back up. I mean, Honourable Prime Minister knows he's not supposed to use the names of members of Parliament. The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I apologize. I didn't think Canadians were going to be hearing an infomercial for the Leader of the Opposition's YouTube page. The reality, Mr. Speaker, is Canadians deserve a government focused on delivering housing for them. That is exactly what we are doing with historic deals with cities right across the country, with measures to build more housing quickly. We are concretely solving that while he's talking to himself online.
Subscribe to the channel and don't forget to tell me your opinion on this matter down below and like the video.
Celebrate winter's warmest moments in 100. Let's face it, scheduling meetings is hard. Teams use Calendly to automate scheduling, book meetings faster.
So obviously, it's a very UN theme. We're talking about this is what we're doing. Well, there is a new lockdown happening right now, folks. Right? I know in second one we'll talk about potentially what they will do. This is what they're doing currently. There is no conspiracy about it. There is no question about it. This is what they have literally said. That's going around northern China, and it's specifically targeting kids. It's a respiratory virus. A lot of people are freaking out about it, but because of it, the UN is now calling for another lockdown because of that new virus and also a spike in COVID-19 cases. Now, this is already being instituted in Australia, right? So Australia, as of 2 weeks ago, they reinstated the mask mandates required for all health professionals, patients, right? Especially if they're in hospitals, right? So there you go, right there, right? Western Australia reinstitutes and reintroduces the mask mandate after COVID-19 spike. But if you actually read the article, they actually said a big part of that has to do with this new virus happening in northern China as well. Yeah. Now, I'm going to remind you guys as well, we did a video about 2 months ago that talks about how mask mandates are already coming back here in the United States, right? So a couple of examples of that, right? Morris Brown College, which I remember seeing like kind of online ads for all those, remember, yeah, right? Morris Brown. They actually made headlines that for this semester, students actually had to wear a mask policy, right? They actually said, hey, wear the mask policy. You have to print out the mask policy and you have to wear it on your face. Yeah, that's right? Their new mask. But they said they actually said, like, all students and faculty members must wear masks during a 2-week period. Obviously, we also discussed Lionsgate 2 in Los Angeles that they would be reinstating the mask mandate as well. Amid rising COVID cases. Same thing with Rutgers University and Georgetown. They all required masks starting this fall up until now, and that list is getting higher and higher and higher and higher, right? So that being said, we obviously all know that we thought this mask mandate thing, the vaccine mandatory thing, we thought it was all temporary. But we're smarter. We're smarter than that. We know that the United Nations, as we just discussed in the first section, the WHO, they want a more permanent infrastructure where they have more control, more power, more resources, and really, ultimately, at the end of the day, domination over us, the hardworking people who, by the way, really have the power, right? Really have the cards at hand, right? Now, here's what I think. The reason why all this mask mandate, all this stuff that's coming out, the reason why the UN is now calling for a lockdown is, for those of you guys that don't know, and we talked about this, by the way, about 3-4 weeks ago, the UN and the WHO are looking right now to pass what's called a pandemic treaty. Mm-hmm. The final vote is going to be on May of 2024, right? That's going to be the final date. But for the last about, what would you say, 6 to 9 months, Nick?
Yeah, I think so the person that exposed it to us was member Dr. Cheryl Knapp's panel, and was brave enough to say, hey, we're undergoing a soft coup, right? And this is what the WHO said.
Right. So the first pandemic was to make money, and we all know to see how far the people are willing to go. Right? Hey, are they going to follow the mask mandate? We make a lot of money for the vaccine. So we implement support. Now I believe right now they're in the process of making that more into a permanent solution. Right. Yeah, 2020 was a test. I'm saying this is the real thing.
Well, that also the overton window effect, right? Where we go back, like there's people who are saying, masking isn't too bad. Come on, stop complaining.
Right. The mandates want people opting selfish.
Right. Yeah. And obviously, again, we know people who died because of vaccine, like not because they didn't take it, but it's because they took it. Right. I don't know if you knew this or not, but actually one of our uncles just passed away because of I think took the vaccine.
No, it's one of our more distant uncles. It's on my side over.
He was in the 60s.
Yeah, I had an uncle too who passed away because of and the cause of his death was cardiac issue.
I mean, was he a pretty healthy guy?
Yeah. I mean, I met him 2 weeks ago again, and he seems to cancer and everything. Normal dude, right? And it's truly he's not really completely, fat guy. But I want to be very fast and said newsletters. I want to make more money from my email list. If so, keep watching this video. Get response is perfect for building email lists, sending newsletters,
in the page. Plus, how can we monetize our contacts after capturing their info? Like today, we'll explain a simple way many get response users are growing their brand and converting emails into earnings. But before diving in, please take a quick moment to click the like and subscribe buttons below. So, how do we convert our email list into a steady stream of income? Well, the answer is simple and something everyone should set up. You can easily generate revenue from email lists by automatically adding get response content into your own member community website. Now, this is the most effective way to keep users permanently connected to your brand. And the quickest way to launch a community website is with a platform called Brilliant Directory. And trust me, the name says it all. With a Brilliant Directory website, we can gather our contacts into one platform, sell monthly subscriptions, have a professional directory of all of our contacts where they can manage their own profiles and interact with each other. And best of all, you can show off the size of the community that you've worked so hard to build. So, let's dive into the fun stuff. Sending our get response contacts to our Brilliant Directory's website using Zapier. Now, keep in mind, this will also work with other integration platforms like Tably, Integrate, and more. Okay, so here we are, logged into our get response dashboard, and if we click on the menu item for tools and then landing pages, you can see that we've created our own landing page inside of get response called General Sign Up Form, and here is exactly what that sign up form looks like. So in this example, we're going to fill out this form inside of our landing page, and once we fill out this form, we're going to automatically create a member profile inside of our subscriber community website, which is hosted by Brilliant Directory. And here is our subscriber community. You can see that we did take 70 users at the time of this recording. And when someone signs up inside of this get response form, they're going to be automatically added to this community with their name and their email address. So the very first thing we have to do to set up this integration is head over to Zapier. We're going to go in here, and then we're going to click on create a Zap appearance story. Now, once this loads up, we have to select our trigger. Our trigger is going to be get response. We're going to click on get response, and for the event that's going to take place, it's going to be a new contact. So anytime a new contact is added to a get response account, we want this action to happen, okay? So we're going to go to continue. Then we need to sign in with our get response account. We're going to click on sign in, and it's going to open up this little pop-up window from Zapier. So what we need here is our API key. Now inside up here, we actually have this little hyperlink that we can click on. So we're going to click on that, and this is actually going to redirect us to the page that we need to go to inside of Get Response. And if this is your first time creating an API key inside of Get Response, you can use this blue button right here. So we're going to click on that. You can have access to it in advance. We're going to call this Zapier Test, and then click on Generate. And that's going to give us the key here, and we can click on Copy. And we can head back inside of that pop-up window and paste it in there just like that. For the account type, we have just a regular Get Response account, and we do not have to enter a master domain name here at the bottom. So we're going to click on Yes and Continue. Once we do that, we can see our Brilliant Directory account is now synced up, and we can click on Continue. Then we need to select our email list from inside of Get Response. Mine is called Subscriber List. So I'm going to select that, click on Continue. Then we're going to test the trigger just to make sure everything is integrated correctly. And as you can see here, everything is integrated, so we can click on Continue. Now we want to set up our action. So in this case, it's going to be Brilliant Directory, because we're going to automatically add these new contacts into our Brilliant Directory. Now for the event, we're going to go ahead and go with create a user. Just like that, click on Continue, and then we will choose our Brilliant Directory account. So to make a new Brilliant Directory account, this little pop-up is going to open up here, and we need to enter our website URL and our API key. Now, same as before, you can actually click on the API details hyperlink here, and that's going to redirect us to the page inside of our Brilliant Directory account that we need to go to. So once we're inside, at the top right, we're going to click on Generate API key, and that's going to open up the window we need to get into that. I'm going to call mine Get Response key and click on Save API key. If I do that, it's going to give us our key here, and I copy that, and we're going to close that up there. And then back inside of the pop-up form, we're going to paste in the API key that we just created. Next, we need our website URL. And we can actually go back inside of our Brilliant Directory, And at the top right, you see the orange button that says visit website. We can actually click on that. That's going to open up our Brilliant Directories website, and then we can actually just copy the URL from the address bar and then go back inside of that pop-up window. Then we can just paste it in there just like that. And what we need to do here is actually delete anything after the .com. All we want is the URL up to the .com. Delete anything after that, right? And then click on yes, continue. And once we have that connected, we now want to map the data together that we're collecting inside of Get Response. So if you remember, we are collecting the name and the email address. So that's inside of that is the email address, we'll put the name, and we're going to put our email. And then for the meeting, we'll go down here to put the name, and we are going to put our name, just like so. And once we have all of our information mapped together inside of Zapier, we're going to go to the bottom and click on continue. And once we continue, we're going to go ahead and test the action again, just to make sure everything is integrated successfully. And as you can see here, once this wraps up, a user was sent successfully to the directory. So now what we're going to do, now that we have that set up, we're going to go ahead and click on publish Zap, and then publish and turn on. So now this app is live and it's ready to go. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to test it just to make sure that we automatically get added to our subscriber community. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to come back to my form here, and we are going to fill out the details here. And I'm going to enter my name as Thomas Leonard and my email address, and click on sign up now. And that's going to bring it to the thank you page. Now, assuming everything works successfully, we're going to head over here to our subscriber community, and we're going to go ahead and refresh it. And once you have that refresh, you can see Thomas Leonard has been automatically added to our Brilliant Directory subscriber community. And there you have it. If you have a Get Response account, this is a must-have celebration that you're going to set up. To start monetizing your Get Response email list with a Brilliant Directories website, just click the free trial link in the description below. You'll also receive full access to all of our growth strategies and more. If you found this video helpful, don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe below. We appreciate your support and look forward to helping you in our next video. Thanks for watching. Just like that.
Yeah. I think we know a lot of, not just people, but even athletes. Right? Just fucking professional athletes that are our age, right? Like lower 30s, young men who obviously do not have any heart issues or cardiac issues, right? Because they're professional athletes, right? They get plenty of their diets on point, right? They're healthy as a beast, but they're collapsing on the field. They're dying on a hospital bed because of that. Here's another thing. Sorry, I don't mean to interrupt you, but correct me if I'm wrong, chat. I don't know. I'm almost sure though. After doing some research after Damar Hamlin went down, I saw that there was a staggering statistic of I think almost 40% of all NCAA athletes have some form of mental health. Yeah, which is not because of the mandated stuff. They couldn't play if they didn't take it. Right. Well, and it's just what this comes to. Right? Because we all know, and by the way, I love what Rhett Ryan. I think Rhett Ryan said that that was the trial one. Which I completely agree with. That's spirituality. Spirituality. I'm sorry about that. Sorry, spirituality. But here's what's going on right now. Right? Let's go over the WHO/UN pandemic treaty. This is what they're trying to pass. Right? By the way, yes, and they want all the countries to vote on it. They need a majority. But here's 3 articles that I found in which they're trying to pass. So Article 3, states pass in accordance with the Charter of the United Nations and the general principles of international law, the sovereign right to legislate and implement legislation in pursuance of their health laws. We're not saying that, hey, we have the right as the WHO, as the United Nations, to pass a policy and legislation as long as it's for the good of people's health. So what this means is that the UN and the WHO can disregard the laws of a pandemic response of that country. So us, United States, Canada, New Zealand, right? We have our own individual laws. But what UN and WHO is saying is that, hey, through all your laws, we, not the president, we get to tell you what to do when it comes to the next pandemic. So yeah, and that's what I was trying to explain, right? So one of the things that they're taking away, right? And by the way, if you guys know, socialists, globalists, communists, there's one word that they absolutely hate, and that word is competition. Because the competition is what allows us, the people, and us people who actually care about the school and the greater good, to see what is the best solution. It's the same thing in business, in marketing, right? Like you do the stuff split testing in marketing to see, hey, what app works the best? Which one converts the best? And globalists, communists, socialists hate that word because I'll tell you what Donald Trump did that was very smart in 2020, right? Or I'm sorry, in 2020, 2019, when the virus first came out, is he allowed the states to have a lot of individual power and decision making when it came to COVID-19, when it came to the coronavirus. He gave the states, because he wanted to see, and that was very smart, it allowed him and the people to see, depending on what policies that states put out, what policies work the best. What policies, what states have the best survival rate, what policies have the fatality, hospitalization rate by doing so. And there's a reason why states like Florida and Texas have flying colors when it comes to handling COVID-19 cases, right? And why a lot of states like Washington and Illinois California supposedly at the list. We got to see in competition. What the UN treaty and the WHO treaty is doing is eliminating competition with Article 3. Having them say, hey, we have the right in the case of another pandemic to come in and talk about the situation without authority, without a challenge, without any obstacle or hindrance. You are eliminating competition because now you're unable to see what countries balance it the best, what countries do the best with mitigating virus. This is why Florida came out ahead. Right? Because the states got to have their own say in terms of how they respond to it. And we actually like it. Illinois, New York, and California really had it the worst, right? We had the most COVID response, and yet Florida was like, mask off, it opens up, right? Very loose COVID response, and somehow Florida came to be top, right, in terms of the least amount of fatalities, because people actually were outside and exercising and actually breathing air, right, so that they're actually healthy. Yeah, as opposed to being locked up in yeah, look at Article 9, number 2, right? So this, again, I'm reading off the UN/WHO administrative that they want to pass in the year, and I'll try this all in full in a moment and why this is so important. So check this out, guys. The states that parties shall promote infodemic management, and infodemic is defined as as false or misleading information, right? Article 18, number 1, instructs the parties to combat false and misleading misinformation or disinformation. So not only do they want control over legislation of how countries tackle this, but they also want control over what people say about what is true and what is not true. As AKA, they not only want no competition, but they want no accountability. They want control of narrative. Correct. They don't want any competing ideas. So what they want is, hey, we want domination, and we don't want anyone to challenge our domination and our way of doing things. AKA, hey, we don't want any competition, and we want no accountability. Like that right there, folks. That's not fascism. That's dictatorship. That is your textbook definition of dictatorship. AKA, like, hey, we have, like, no one can say anything, and if anyone says anything, they're done, right? Article 13. The terms of the WHO SCL network shall include facilitating the negotiation and agreement of advanced business commitments and procedural contracts with pandemic. English contracts with pandemic-related costs. By the way, for those guys that do not know what advanced business commitments are, they're defined in the treaty. These are contracts that obligate nations to buy products for pandemic purposes in advance sight unseen. Neither the manufacturer nor the nation knows what is coming, but once WHO issues a pandemic declaration, the contracts are activated and the U.S. government will have to buy what the manufacturer produces. So not only is the WHO and the UN saying, hey, we want no competition, we want no accountability, but we also want to be able to tell every single government what they must pay and they must commit up front to the manufacturers, aka we're getting a cut. So it's pretty much saying, hey, we're going to dominate, no competition, no accountability, and we make all the and all the financial decisions. So I mean, this is very, very, very dangerous. In the sense that, again, it just means that WHO can say, hey, here's how all of you will respond to the pandemic. Again, the way they're going to do it is it's always
going to give us profitability from big major companies like Pfizer, Moderna, AstraZeneca, these big pharma companies who all again are best friends and buddies with people in WHO, US, or people in the United WHO own a very large amount of stocks or sometimes financial interest with companies like Pfizer, i.e. all the bullets. Unless I remind you, for those of you guys who are watching right now, the UN and WHO, the origination, right, like the origin of why they were created in the first place, has very, very little to do with being able to do stuff like that. Right? Like the UN was initially designed and created to prevent another world war. Right? For those of you guys that are history geeks, I'm a history geek. That was the origin. Not to do stuff like this, and have the ability to pass what's called fast cuts. Now, a lot of you guys are saying, well, saying that it's so far away, like no it's they're never going to happen. Well, to bring this full circle, what I'm is with the UN calling for another war, with this new respiratory virus that's causing hit viruses. Cette année, le cycle qui voyage d'ici la table de services de cranberries, essence de table classique, sortie de délicieux à côté cranberries. Which will be used by the leader to invoke fear into kids, into parents, into us people, right? With all that this scenario, as bad and as insufferable as it actually can, so that the countries are going to rally and say, oh my gosh, we need this food. Oh my gosh, we need this pandemic food that the UN, the WHO has proposed we need to do this. And they're going to use mask mandates and lockdowns, mark my words, to invoke fear and do what they did last time, so that the situation is perfect for countries to say, hey, we need this is silly because this is really a constant order. Like, or like two constant orders, I think, if that makes any sense. What they used to do, if you and do your job, and again, I don't believe that you have to do this on a daily basis. But I think what, if there is to be a some kind of worldwide accountability, we need to be punishing China or not any country that does not do their job of containing the virus. And China, so in this looking back, should claim the sole and all responsibility for COVID because it came from them, right? They should be the one that basically not all the mess that they created with the rest of the world, right? And it's weird. Like, why is it that everyone else has to bow down to the UN and WHO for China's mess? Maybe that was well, also, let's remind everyone, too, that when it comes to climate change, China is by far the leader. When it comes to 100% carbon emission, when it comes to doing this, so on and so forth. I mean, it's not even close. The U.S., by the way, on the latest study, we're like number 16 on the countries that are most disastrous when it comes to climate change or harm related to climate change. Like, we're like, I think Argentina, right, like when it comes to being on that way. Yeah, we're like, again, we're number 16 on that way. So, again, guys, this is what's going on. With the UN right now calling for lockdown with two new methods, with COVID, one old, one new, with the new respiratory virus. But that is the game plan that they're push. And by the way, I believe they're using the same game plan to not get someone like Donald Trump for next week. Right? What a perfect timing. That is the game plan, and they're going to say, oh, Trump was the guy who could not mitigate the COVID-19 pandemic. He was the worst. He's going to, not push them in a mask. He's not going to push them in a vaccine. That is, as a country, what we need right now. I believe it's going to take people's consent. So number one, pass the UN will be the first two, and the two, keep Trump out of office because they know the minute they get in office, the U.S. will no longer be confined with all of these things. Okay, that is a phenomenal thing. So that being said, guys, anything you want to mention before we get started? Again, it seems like the UN does not come together. UN is love for China for some reason. And summertime stuff. Again, not gonna work. The UN, the United Nations, is no longer about keeping the world at peace. It's now like the opposite of let's dominate the world, and let's get rid of the self-important industry. Let's get rid of the self-important country. Let us be the world's government. Okay? That's not familiar. If it does, that's what we're trying to do.
As I said in my opening remarks, I know of no country that has ever developed such a strategy. And believe me, as we know from the testimony and the other history, we know that other countries could have developed it if they had a good work capacity. So, for example, it talks about, as I forget what's happened, but it talks about what should be done in the Office of Civil Rights and the Department of Education. Since the Obama administration, Title VI has protected the students under Title VI by understanding that they need to be protected based on ancestry and based on ethnicity, because Title VI is specified based on religion. Understand Jewish identity is a very complicated phenomenon, so there are clear arguments for this testimony. And not just this testimony, is that it's going to need more support than ever before.
Jordan and Mr. Academic is a very proud liberal, and he has no shot with trying to silence conservative voices of any other direction. And Donald Trump is saying anyone else, giving speeches of fundamental value. And I was not really when I was a undergraduate at Columbia, I was shouted down by the Organization for the Students of Democratic Society, as well as my opinion. This is something that is an ongoing fight and the liberal society in this country. There's some questions to the following in the record. Written testimony of Jonathan Greenblatt, CEO and National Director of the Information News. Letter dated November 6, 2022 from 6 Public Station of Jonathan Jones. Speaker Mike Johnson, outlining the Department of Education efforts to combat anti-Semitism and Islamophobia and college campuses. An op-ed piece in the New York Times dated October 30th, 2023, co-authored by the deans of the Princeton School of Public and International Affairs and Columbia School of International Public Affairs, and an article from Inside Higher Education titled "Ask Republicans Plan to Cut Education Department's Budget," noting that Republican appropriations are cut about 25% in the Department's Office for Civil Rights. This is a law without objection, so ordered. We now arrested the human from Colorado. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Marcus, I want to visit with you for 2 minutes about industry. I feel like it's something about college campuses and we really should be talking much younger age and how to deal with this problem. We're telling students get to college campuses that have certain rules and oftentimes ingrained that are then reinforced by other students. Would you advocate for some type of education or other awareness for younger adults in the K-12 system? Doesn't the K-12 system really letting down the concept that you have in America for free speech and also for responsive free speech? It's the speech that doesn't include hate. Jonathan, I would like to be able to tell you that you don't have to worry about this problem. K-12 and included not only because of the attitudes that students have always been planned from, but because there are important issues that we see including any number of different we see that especially in certain schools, which is one particular training of studies, which unfortunately degree. There are things that educators can do to address this. Certainly there are more bigger footprint on the system. But it's really the time, the content of education is better to education activation and so that's where the programming is important. But more than that, I think we can use the most central like the increasing problem. You mentioned funding from other countries. Do you have any evidence of funding from other countries? Because I honestly believe that it goes on in a lot of different ways. One of the great things about America today, and one of the great vulnerabilities we have is that social media is being used to manipulate us in a lot of different ways. And you have any evidence that Iran or any other small country is using our social media in this country to promote anti-Semitism? When you come to administration, the Department of Education reveals various anti-evidence it's easy to college to college at all. And I think there was also effort by the Chinese party to establish groups on some of the Confucius things. That's right. But if I make one thing, the party is also going the other way around. There's an increasing protection, maybe secure, from terrorism, this management these are not suggesting that colleges are supporting terrorism as well, but students or professors on college campuses are supporting terrorism. There are student groups who have indicated that they are not just in favor of the community, but that they are part of that movement. And there is a change with under federal terrorism law that's promoting the programming of ideas of the U.S. Department of designated terrorist organizations may conflict with terrorist. So what do you draw the line between students and your processes? The Supreme Court is very clear that anything that encourages violence and using it as typical words processes. But is anti-Semitic speech by itself violated of the First Amendment? In the case of support for terrorism, of course, absolutely. I would just suggest in some ways, we have people speak all around. And it's offensive, and frankly, I want to be the first one to all my colleagues on the committee to condemn anti-Semitism and Islamophobia and racism and anti-Christian speech. It's terrible, it's hateful, it shouldn't be in the marketplace of ideas. But is it without threats and violence? Is that speech violative of the First Amendment? What I would say to you, Congressman, is that the Supreme Court has populated the perspective of a wide range of speech, including speech that however, what we are seeing over and over again on the campuses is that we're used to speech, we almost always also find speech conduct. Speech conduct, not just words, it can be assault, it could be exclusion, it's happening over and over again. In order to address the anti-Semitism, I think that there is sufficient conduct in the speech. I think there should be the same protections regarding speech material as well. Thank you, gentlemen. Now let's have the gentleman from Canada. Thank you, the camera, when he showed his video to China, we witnessed in that video someone asking the question, is each girl in the town? I think that question implies Congress. It's ironic that we're holding this hearing today about censorship and speech and campus. The Black Lives Matter, Republicans, and others appreciate many Palestinian voice in the House of Representatives because they don't want what they have to say. You didn't threaten anybody. You did not advocate for violence. She stated a view As happens in college campuses, it happens across the country. We have even teachers that see their teachers as exercising their First Amendment right to freedom of speech. And we're not setting a very good example here in Canada. We are all reeling from the situation in the Middle East. Passions are running high throughout the country, but they are especially intense on college campuses. Every student, including students of Jewish, Israeli, Muslim, or Arab backgrounds, deserves a safe college learning environment free from threats of violence and discrimination. It should go without saying that threatening violence against people because of who they are is illegal and never acceptable. The Department of Education Office of Civil Rights is primarily responsible for combating anti-Semitism, Islamophobia, and other forms of discrimination in higher education. The Office of Civil Rights has already seen a dramatic rise in federal discrimination claims in the wake of the October 7th attack by Hamas. But the Office of Civil Rights needs sufficient funding to carry out its civil rights enforcement mission. President Biden's budget requested a 27% increase in funding for the DOE's Office of Civil Rights, but MAGA Republicans are pushing to slash its budget. MAGA Republicans need to stop playing political games with Jewish lives, with Muslim lives, and all student lives by giving the Department of Education the money that it needs to keep students safe. Professor Nadell, what lessons can we draw from the long history of anti-Semitism, and what do you think criticism of the government of Israel, do you think that criticism of the government of Israel is always anti-Semitic, or does it depend on context and type of criticism?
Thank you for your question. I'm sorry, it's very clear that criticism of the government of Israel is not ipso facto anti-Semitic. If it were, hundreds of thousands of Israelis who have watched us turning out to throng the streets of Tel Aviv and every city and hamlet in Israel would have been seen as anti-Semitic. Criticism of the government policies is not anti-Semitic. However, what is anti-Semitic is absolutely to deny the Jews the right of self-determination, the right that is internationally constituted, and to call for the destruction of the state of Israel. So there's no question about that. What we know from the long history of anti-Semitism is we know that Jews live with memories of hate against their people that go back to ancient times, and that they live with the fear or with the sense that they may encounter in their lifetime, and that they are afraid that it will continue forever. We know that anti-Semitism is three literacies of engagement, and anti-Semitism has worked across American history. It has risen in some time periods, and it has been more under the radar in others. During the years between 1933 and 1945, the hard tide of American anti-Semitism. I have been trying not just since October 7th, I have been saying far longer that we are living in the hard tide of American anti-Semitism, but I want to be around for that. They are suffering fear from students, but also from those who are afraid to walk into their synagogue, who are concerned about the future of their children, of their grandchildren. My niece could not take her daughter into school, could not take her daughter to a Jewish preschool on the day of October 7th because she was afraid of the Jewish child. We need to deal with that.
everybody's here to win and not to lose, but this is not sometimes services somebody hearing about the military or judiciary hearing about peace. And that vein, I'm reminded of the great words of the philosopher Austin Powell, who said, there are two things I can't stand. People who are intolerant of other people and the dust. A similar tension seems to be on display today. On one side of the witness table, there are people saying, yeah, we have speech that we would like to have vindicated, and we're under this tremendous pressure from these entities that offer accolades of detail of what we're trying to get out. And on the other side of the table, there are people saying, the speech we really don't like, it's anti-Semitic and problematic, and we're going to figure out ways to root it out. And there is an inherent tension in having that discussion on those terms. And in peace on it feels as though if we like speech, and any effort to constrain that speech is really problematic and somebody needs to explore it. And if we don't like speech, we're increasingly censoring it on the House floor, we're increasingly confronting it on pretty negative terms. So I guess I'm going to just go from some of the statements in our own is permission of a celebration of what happened in the COVID season. Let me just offensive or is it hospital for purpose? Thank you, Congressman. It may be, but it depends on what you think. If you say I'm going to celebrate, and then you celebrate, giving it a response, and a response, that can be deeply offensive and disruptive. But if you say, I celebrate, I am part of it, their mission is my mission, and I didn't do what I came to accomplish. That may be material support for terrorism, depending on what exactly you do. No, I think that's right. What you focused on there is the conduct. I think that was a really good explanation and question of it because speech is different from conduct. When someone says, I associate with this military movement, or that association has an sort of a conduct flavor, and someone saying, I think what happened on October 7th is good, right? I think that's right, Congressman, but with one caveat from the law interpreting the terrorism act, which is the conduct. Material support doesn't need to be dollars, it could be done, it doesn't need to be done, but it can be the spirit of PR activity that could be done by a commercial. So that's the PR activity that a lot of and so I just think that because I do want to move on because I think it's in the well. This is possible to criticize without being
I don't know all the stuff that people use for social products, but when they talk about
No. Not when you come to me. Is criticism against your choice ever not interesting?
you forget about the person.
No, the phone isn't there's no phone friends here.
No, hey, I'm asking you a question. You took in coverage to describe anti-Semitism. And so Soros has become a voice that is black.
Is it possible to criticize him without being personal?
I don't know the context. I'm not going to
So there's no context. That is different from something. And similarly, you said any specific
No, what I said was the word globalist. I'm saying specific globalist. I said that the word globalist has become the new code
but it's not
for the internationalist code word from the previous.
But it's you ascribe that. See, when I criticize globalism, I'm often criticizing the UN, which then in turn goes around and criticizes Israel. So if critiquing a globalist entity, it criticizes Israel is anti-Semitic.
Why use the word globalist instead of the UN?
Well, because the UN's goals are to have a global order of things which applies to countries with their sovereignty. One of those countries is Israel. That is the great hypocrisy of what outdoors and outdoors. I think the gentleman is really bad. You know, I recognize the gentleman from California. Thank you all for being here. I think millions of people I watch on October 7th were invited here. I found it hard to wrap my head around the magnitude of totality, the nature of the butchery, the murder of whole families, the rape of women, the desecration of bodies, the burning families alive, families touching each other, lying in bed with their machine guns. I ask myself, how is it possible that people could commit such horror? And I think I probably speak to many of you when I say that as horrifying and traumatizing it was to witness it amplified the pain to see the reaction, the almost immediate reaction. In the United States and around the world, was to not condemn the victim, but to condemn the victim. To celebrate Nazi acts of unbridled hate. And then I ask myself a different question. How is it possible that people could classify the victory of their families, the wanton deliberate violence towards the victims, these innocent civilians, and the fact themselves? And I don't think it can be celebrated unless you view Israeli life, unless you view Jewish life as somehow less than a human life. We spend a lot of time debating the definition of anti-Semitism, and I tried to give you a clear analytic answer to that question. It seems to me that it's most basic. Viewing Jewish life as less than human life is a very definition of anti-Semitism. So it's certainly anti-Semitism and it's not extreme. What I see happening outside campuses with the glorification of people talking about how they felt, experienced, and invicted peace activists made down. The fact that colleagues and students don't feel up to their personality of identity. At a time of their lives when they should be free to discuss the issues they want, to review themselves. It's just good. Many years ago, talking to the president of the Jewish community in France, at a time when many Jews were living in France because they didn't feel safe there. He told me the French government was doing what they could to protect the Jewish community, but he wanted to live in a country that only needed to be. And I remember thinking years ago, thank God there's competition in the States for communities. And not the Jews alone. You see the horrific rise of Islamophobia. Even as we mourn the death of a Jewish man in Los Angeles who died aggressively. Protest, we mourn off a 60-year-old American child. Yes. Question Miguel, I do this with your thoughts on the two anti-Semitism today. Make a particular character with an anti-Semitism account. Mr. Best, I drafted your thoughts on how hate and lying relations to real world.
The anti-Semitism that we see today is horrifically radical in a way that we've never been seen before, because it has millions and millions of people by expressing anti-Semitic ideas, including all of these old ideas about Jews and Jewish. When they posted these kinds of messages, and it just explodes. It goes viral. I don't spend time looking at your social media because I think it's just I'm doing. But I had a student last semester in and during papers who told me that she had spent the previous week 40 hours looking at this. So I looked at her, I said, when did you ever do any of your schoolwork? And I was really concerned. But the point is that anti-Semitism is magnified in a way today because of social media that is just unimaginable.
Thank you, gentlemen. Now let's close the very much. Thank you, Tim. Thank you for our panelists. So I just want to point out to my friend from Georgia who has left the room that apparently Tennessee MAGA Democrats also voted in favor of be that as it may, I want to get into some of this. Take this on anti-Semitism and talk about anti-conservative virus and education. Some of the two questions in the one I belong to. I think it's the only American church that would have been actually terminated, discrimination order was issued by the governor Rosenbaum in the state to actually give license to kill members of my religion. The other thing is, just to relate to you, talk about the meaning. So, at 40 years old, having practiced alongside literally hundreds of states, actually representing NGOs that can now make the game much larger. And by the way, there is no other organization in the United States that can make really a lot of students. So I just have to go back to I'm afraid, very conservative. But the one thing I know is when I was on that campus in Arizona, somebody mentioned that I was at an elite university. I can't wait to take ASU and UVA and BYU. They're considered elite in this. But the point is I was there, I had to stop and hide and because especially they held you. You sit in a master's degree, a PhD class, and in seminar. How could I express my thoughts? Knowing that it's a grade below a B because the professor disagrees with me. And I experienced that. They control your destiny. So I want to ask about your three students. Tell us a little bit, and start with you, Ms. Wilson, and Mr. Russo, a little bit about whether the administration or the institution that is coming out with anything to hinder your identity as a student or your belief or your let's just say.
I just came out in the case of anti-Semitism following the massacre on October 7th, all of the statement in which he essentially condemned the horrific massacre of Jews on the road with various natural disasters and the it's like extremely baffling to watch and into and really hurtful to the Jewish community. How many issues as I've mentioned in the Jewish students come out and been and most recently with the students' comments online to directly
So when you have a threat, that is not sufficient to there's a criminal prosecution investigation worth moving
Yes.
yes.
So he distributed drugs on the regardless of any mental health issues that he has statements, it's evident that the sentiment created on purpose by professors and students of education and scientific knowledge has created such an atmosphere of in performance and that it is it's a many students who Israel who
You still need to have started with descriptions of this.
basically suspect. So our flyers have been torn down, our talk is lost below, and we even had an advertisement sign for one of us to go to Thailand, and the police recovered the sign, but they didn't figure out the best who took the person and whether it was even back. And this stuff has been ongoing for 2 weeks ago, and it's obviously showing that there is an equal opportunity for artists. A left-leaning student who is very good at this case, but they really went left. You can see remnants of this case and are deeply designed so that then their case is completely overturned. And I have met with the university president, I've met with other staff members to discuss this, and it just seems like there's no move being made. I've asked, I was like, okay, what can we do to educate our messages hopefully that people attend our event and see this is point of view, and I still have an issue with the it's the thing. We have to have different things so that different things are done so that we can have our stakeholders to have equal opportunities to have a slide that we're referencing. And so it's opportunity for the talk to be made so that you can be different. And it also always has to be students are doing violence is obviously racial and gender
I prefer my kids to be honest and responsive, at least will come with some financial information. And it's medicine. I just think that's what they're about, is making money. In a reference to their customers and his school thing. Is that kind of thing? Planned Parenthood was made by Margaret Sanger, a known eugenist, the KKK to control the population. When I say she, I mean the Pro-Box Project of Judah, the blood of Christ, to the people known as the race Black really are. This is who our people are. What there's some other stuff. We'll get to that. This stay in the game, I'm going to use you as an example to show you the Jewish people that told you to call me that no one can threaten or influence me. I told you this is war. Now I'm going to get you some this. So confusing? That's one. I'm a bit sleepy tonight, but when I wake up, I'm going DEFCON 3 on Jewish people. The funny thing is, I actually can't be anti-Semitic because black people are actually Jew. Also, you guys have toyed with me and tried to blackball anyone who opposes racism. What do you think of that? So, what I'm concerned about is that we have anti-Semitic folks in this committee. And last October, the chairman tweeted out, Kanye, Elon, Trump. Those 5 statements I just read to you are from Kanye West, who had made a number of anti-Semitic statements before his tweet was put up, and then made the DEFCON statement a day after the tweet. I, chairman at the time, Chairman Nadler, many people in the Jewish community, and the chairman, Chairman Gordon, to take this down. It wasn't just members of Congress, but nonpartisan Jewish organizations who said, we like and I cannot, we know what we're doing, please do not give them a platform by leaving this tree up. Save up the next finally, Chairman has this speech. So, Mr. Chairman, I want to use today your accountability plan, the online accountability plan, and just go through your social media. Because we're not hearing about anti-Semitism. You can't allow a tweet like this to be posted on our side or your side. In 2019, Chairman Gordon also tweeted at Tom Steyer to use the dollar sign of Steyer. That was it. Again, really Jewish politics. I am into what Mr. President mentioned earlier, spoke about Jewish people. So this committee should have a conversation and hearing about anti-Semitism. I would listen to the chairman. I wonder why he took this either. Either he believed it, I hope it's not the case, or he just wanted to own the risk. And that's what we're doing. We're putting a lot of people keeping that for so long, especially knowing what it was. And we're talking about being your online accountability partner journey. Just to see it on your inbox. country congressman just begin by saying that most state people I'm not looking at moral equivalency. There could be a stronger contrast between good and evil as a man. The same freedom of speech that protects my rights because of hate I also learned from this before. Free speech, even criminal speech, I believe that the Trump executive order on it indicates that in many other areas of our life, we can use speech for something but as an indicator of the nature of conduct. So that, for example, if you say certain non-plural route through the window of the electric, your statement may be used to determine whether that conduct was intentional, intended to hit the building or not, and whether it was motivated in a way that implicates how the city conduct goes. I believe it is important, really, whether you're in university or whether you're in education, to use conduct in this way. But it is sometimes about understanding conduct that happens after
And so I support the concept of really inspiring within the campus community that we need to be more talented so that it's time that, people that will just push through it, just to get it over with. We're not to respect people and just moving it through. But that's basically what I think is really is our asking to be asking to be violently assaulted or harassed or anything like that. There's something to our viewpoint, especially listening to other students and faculty, but we want to be listening to. Advocating for violence, that's harder than anything. And police are protesting the group of the right to vote. The fellow students that they vote lead directly to violence against their in the context of the policy, it is the school has a right, and the school is obligated to protect all of its students from violence, and students should also safely refuse. I'm talking about college campuses, the main priority is ensuring that every school is safe, so they can fully express their opinions without feeling harmed. I want to make it very clear that our community is not undertaking a plan today because my Republican colleagues actually care about free speech and college campuses or even care about anti-Semitism. These are the same Republican colleagues who work tirelessly to defund all efforts for diversity and inclusion initiatives in the appropriations bill. These are the same folks who want to censor and remove books they disagree with from classrooms and school libraries. And the same folks after the order was the statement that her colleagues, the Republican colleagues, who are here about protests, publicly both on college campuses and students who request that these words are taken down to the community.
Ladies and gentlemen, to say your opinion, we talked about the people in the community, all of us should be cognizant of giving notice to our colleagues and or other individuals in government, whether that be president, vice president, or former president, we should have the policy of that. Generally, recognize the community violence.
And I'll correct that. I'll take some of my Republican colleagues. However, again, these are the same folks who've worked to defund efforts for diversity and inclusion initiatives in the appropriations bill. Those are a matter of record. Those votes are available for anyone to view. These are also some of the same folks who want to censor and remove books they disagree with from classrooms and schools' libraries, and the same folks who balk at the prospect of teaching accurate history lessons on slavery and its repercussions in the United States. All of that is on the record and factual and available for anyone to review. What is going on here is that there is an effort to capitalize on an emotionally charged issue to sow further frustration and division. I have people complaining and express my concerns around the fact that there are egregious efforts to continue to divide our country, and even those efforts have come from this country. In the last 4 weeks alone, we've seen horrific incidents in the United States fueled by both anti-Semitism and Islamophobia alike. In the communities that I represent of El Paso, Texas, we know full well, my community knows full well, the power of speech, the power of sleep, and how that fits into conduct. On August 3rd, 2019, a white supremacist drove over 10 hours to my community, and he publicly online talking about the invasion of migrants and Hispanics and immigrants into the United States. Many of us flagged that as dangerous and as life-threatening, and yet members of this community continue to use same speech, knowing full well what kind of danger this presents for my community than other communities are doing. I want nothing more than for students to feel safe in their college campuses. I want all of us to feel safe and be able to express our opinions and to be able to address controversy head on without fearing for our lives, for the lives of people who live with us, among us, near us. These conversations are critical and important, and I want to thank our panelists for participating in these conversations. And it is really important that all of you put pressure on all of us to ensure that everyone can live in peace and dignity, free from the fear of violence, especially young people on college campuses. Professor Nadal and Burdett, can you give us concrete strategies and policies that colleges can use in order to create safe, safer spaces for young people? So thank you very much for the question. Lindsay, you know, there's a lot of schools that are doing issues. We're asking about food health that might be taken into standards. So campuses have rules, and the way we use our rules tells the story of our values. That's why I mentioned campuses are required from another. They have suspended people. These are the privacy concerns around student ideas that this criminal activity that's when you do such a hard change. You get a protest thing, you can see this process, I do think following that protest, and not fall to I heard and that's just not okay. Of course, I'm here to testify on behalf of the state. I'm invited by the Democrats. I don't know why someone called to provide this written down on the people. I haven't heard them. I've heard people but when you call images Burman invading our country, hate crimes against people that you have no idea. I'm a practitioner. That's my industry. When Israel is in the front page and people complain about Israel, and you call the Jews because of their connection to Israel, that brings to refugee and at words you have connection. And of course you can walk into them and I like the Austin Powers movie also, but we are civil society and refugees, and we can distinguish the difference between free expression that people don't like, including conservative views that should be aired on campuses, because you should never have been called to me. I was feeling like that too. But words have consequences, and you can't just have words
I'm going to get back to some of our recognition. College and free speech are handled. College is meant to be a place where students are safe to express ideas and confront ideas that they may or may not necessarily agree with. We've heard for years about microaggressions and how violence is violence. Colleges have spent years committing and moderating speech as they deem dangerous. But when actual physical threats of violence occur, colleges know how to react. Under the logic of the left, microaggressions are hate speech. But physical threats of violence can be free speech depending on if the group being threatened is not oppressed enough. It appears that colleges have labeled everything hate speech but hate speech itself. They claim to be committed to diversity, equity, and inclusion, but the dirty little secret is that there is a hierarchy of oppression within a DEI club. And colleges fail to act when they consider these less oppressed groups to be threatened. Tragically, universities are quick their responses to free speech under the DEI lens, and oftentimes that lens fails to respond to threats fear of angering the DEI god. I'm with the Cornell. I earned 3 master's degrees in 4 years from Cornell. I went to Boston, Law School, and master's in public administration. I graduated in 2015. I didn't see any of that. I cannot believe what has happened over the course of the past 2 years. The threat to you, man, is pretty disgusting. It's not just happening at Cornell, it's happening all over the country. The attacks are not just coming from students. A week after the horrendous Hamas attack in Israel on October 7th, Cornell professor Russell Richard said at a rally, challenged the monopoly of violence, and that terror attacks against defenseless Jews were exhilarating and energizing. I had the ability to submit to the record a letter from Cornell President Martin Alden. According to this letter, Professor Richard's punishment is that those places was person was a leave of absence for the duration of the academic year, while the university is considering whether or not his personal attendance illustrates an unfitness to serve. An unfitness to serve. This man is praising Hamas attacks on Jews, and there needs to be an investigation as to whether or not this guy. I think this response to demonstrates the problem going on in Ireland today, and I have a suspicion that this professor made these hateful statements against Muslim students, black students like me, or trans students. Professor would have been out of a job immediately. No investigation. I dare anybody to tell me I'm wrong. This is what we see live in these schools in the past few years. As a Cornell alum and a father of 2 children, I can guarantee you that if this university was going to approach anti-Semitism, my children will not do what they're doing now. Whenever we have this kind of behavior and people don't step up and call it out for what it is, we have students that didn't make comments like Patrick Scott. He said, if you see a Jewish person on campus, call them home and slit their throats. Rats need to be eliminated from Cornell. He also said, rape and kill all the Jew women before they birth more Jewish. Hearing things like this really boils my blood. Because it shouldn't be happening to students like you. I've been black in my life. I've been as conservative for about as long as I can be. Majority, thank you for being here. It's okay to be blind. And you don't ever have to say it. And you don't ever have to put me if I tell you this way. This is America. I fought for these freedoms, and you have the right to think however you want to think, and express the way that you see fit. Thank you so much for being here. I really appreciate it. The text messages that I have gotten from my Jewish friends and colleagues that actually took me to Israel twice while I was at Cornell during Passover to learn about their culture, promised them that I would defend them. I promised them that I would defend their rights. We will continue to do this thing. We are not going to rewind the clock back to 1930. Not on our watch. I really appreciate your bravery. Thank you so much for being here. I know that's not enough.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you to all the witnesses for being here. This is how I was I want to begin by joining my colleagues in condemning all forms of anti-Semitism and public services and all forms of racism. That is not. And like many communities across the country, my region in North Carolina has seen a spike in anti-Semitic incidents since Hamas's on October 2nd. We have seen that's why Congress is giving money to take religious institutions, in particular to synagogues, to be able to protect people. And when I have worked with my constituents, we're on front in functioning. I've also spoken to Hillel leaders in North Carolina who told me that their students in particular have reported an alarming number of anti-Semitic incidents in the past month. All, whether Jewish, Muslim, Catholic, or conservative, either faith or non-conservative. College campuses is supposed to be places where people can discuss ideas, including exploring politics, with civility and with the goal of understanding different perspectives. This sort of environment is only possible when harassment, discrimination, and behavior that puts silence, intimidate, and imprisonment is not. Congress's role here should not be to dictate which perspectives held by students are acceptable, but rather to address them. It is the duty of the Department of Education's Office of Civil Rights, and also that my colleague on the right has refused to pay a fine to help you. At this moment, when tensions on college campuses are high, you must ensure that the Office of Civil Rights has the tools it needs to properly address anti-Semitism and all discrimination. My first question is to Professor Nadal and Mr. Dent. Could you just let's go back to the basics? Why is it important that students at universities have groups to espouse their
It's critical that the university continues to uphold the value of free speech. Because what happens on the university campuses is that these are the places where our students learn to be future leaders. How are they going to learn to be future leaders if they don't, if they're not exposed to opposite ideas and different points of view? I think one of the most powerful statements comes from the dean of students at the University of Chicago, and when he wrote to the Democrats in the and he told them that yes, you have to be on campus. Campus is certainly a place where you cannot be challenged, you cannot be threatened, but there's not going to be trigger warnings in classrooms, that you cannot shut down a speaker. Speakers have to be able to come and hear the point of view. And I've heard what the students said about their campuses, but at the University of Chicago, they have upheld the value of hearing these diverse points of view, so that when their graduates go out into the world, they can become leaders and they know what people are saying on multiple sides of issues. So they have to maintain that. Of course, I mean, universities have hard jobs in tenure of their students. Or to get to teach people how to think, how to learn, what. And we haven't really mastered. They are their mission to create a platform that students, including some of the ones that were in the including their ideas and their perspectives and their voices. And that's how it went. And I don't think the one unit is a university that doesn't know what scientific knowledge is not justified in their studies. They have a very hard job, and they can read and then people can study university, which is probably they're still very ignorant about things. And they protected, they write as young people to say, I don't want to die in Vietnam, I'm scared. And it wasn't only for Saddam Hussein. I'm still you sit around and tell people, helping them do better, not walking around
rid of some. When I was told and the gentleman on the side of the Bruce House was described. I had done a couple of things. Presidential candidate with hundreds of millions. I have three children, and I with them. I'm just going to see where is this Mr. Chairman, this has been a long time coming. Following with other groups and related political or influence, louder voices, and greater ability to make their use of it. Oftentimes, that means just preventing their own opinion. So I turned to Nick Gordon. Why do I need Gordon?
Some of those do have some so a lot of those that are, directly funded, directly associated with the those are, I'd say, the leaders in initiating the activities that actually make
So, Mr. Mark, I think this is part of the reason some of us is really saying, if there's really good reason to think of it, because as we put more settled down and we do it more less power, or something, we'll be going in the wrong direction by saying, federal government needs to try to do more, because maybe the federal government is doing more. Listen to the life experience with black people. When I get close, I look at it there may be particularly but the number of things and it's largely being intended. So it is my experience that there may be political reasons, and here's the kind of things that I think is
And the FBI constantly turns back into the time. And the school has a policy against hate. All they have to do is post it online, and the rest takes you. This makes it FBI can't personal. Just optional. Why?
Mr. Burdett, we can have more of a discussion on this offline. Thank you for that.
Thank you for the time.
I yield and would like to recognize the gentleman from Georgia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As a woman of color who has lost her son to murder, the very kinds of bigotry and discrimination and hatred that we're talking about today, I wake up every single morning, and when I see all of the elevated instances of anti-Semitism and bigotry and hatred and just racial division, I ask God every single day, are we losing our humanity? And with that said, first I'd like to thank the committee for holding this critical hearing to highlight the need to fund the Office of Civil Rights at the Department of Education and the importance of diversity, equity, and the right to share our views and be ourselves. But free speech is an invaluable right that is granted to us by the First Amendment, and we must use it to nurture our diverse and ever-changing country. However, in a nation made up of many cultures and backgrounds, hate has no place, especially at our schools, where the minds of our young people are really being nurtured. College campuses are places where people expand their knowledge, they gain new perspectives, and pursue future success. And the recent occurrences on campuses where students their freedom of speech to harm and intimidate their classmates are despicable and should prove our absolute need to incorporate diversity, equity, and inclusion education throughout all of our school systems. Not only with DEI offices and education reducing the likelihood of these events happening in the future by bringing awareness and knowledge to students who otherwise they may not learn about the richness of other cultures until well into their adulthood. But it will also educate and support the diverse interests of our children. And I truly believe this in part because I'm a mother to my four.
Oh my
And I mean this with every fiber of my being. We are losing our way. In addition to DEI offices, we need to fund the Office of Civil Rights to put students and faculty experiencing intimidation, threats of violence, and other harmful acts with the tools necessary to protect them. Without these support resources, students continue to live in fear,
harm while they know that they have little or no support in the event that they experience
Doesn't require like skill and intelligence, especially not
Thank
intelligence.
you, Mr. Chair, for having
Kind
this
of
hearing
dignity,
today.
self-respect.
Let's work to protect our
None of
students
that's
and affirm
required
the value of
to
all
birth a child.
cultures by funding the Office of Civil Rights at the
You don't have
Department
to
of
have a high school
Education and
diploma. You don't
supporting
have to have a
diversity,
license.
equity, and inclusion
Fucking, and then
programs
you're
on
fucking.
campuses all across our country. Ms. Burdette and Dr. Nadell, throughout your
This
professional
is why I
careers,
can
have
give two
either of
fucks
you
about
found
your
that
fucking children.
individuals with a
All of
better
your children.
understanding
All
and
of them.
background of cultures dissimilar to theirs,
Like, I just so,
tend to be
I'm
more
like, I don't
understanding
care.
and accepting when speaking to or about someone who's from a different
I don't
culture.
expect you guys to give a shit about my dog.
You know, one of my favorite things about the president's
People
strategy
do.
against
Anyway,
anti-Semitism is that
you
it
know, it's
talks
fucking
about the
awesome.
need to celebrate Jewish
And your
heritage.
kid sucks.
And of course, understanding matters. And that is where communities can actually stop problems before they happen with understanding. And you mentioned DEI. There are people out there who want to tell Jewish people that DEI, those three letters, are our enemy because it doesn't care about Jews. I work with DEI professionals all the time.
Good morning. I hate to tell you I told you so, but I did. Yesterday morning I said the legislature was going to adjourn and there'd be no BC election in the foreseeable future for a number of reasons. There was no major massive confrontation yet with any of the groups, but the legislature passed what we interpreted properly as election goodies. The rate interest freeze, the treasury bills, the Warren Commission was dumped, the mortgage easy payment plan. And it was just rolling towards an election when it didn't quite come off. The sole interim Services Act was passed with the cut, 4% says Vandertat. And he was in rare form last night when he spoke to a mixed audience of teachers and others in White Rock.
And you know, as Minister of Education, as you could tell from Maura's comments, we're often put to the test. And I'm sure that from now until my living days come to an end, I'll be reminded of right good. And I appreciate that. As a matter of fact, I think it's healthy that I should be put to the test, and I would recommend the same for teachers. If there are those of you here that would deny the 5,000 people working in the Northeast their job in the coal mines or their jobs on the mountainside, and if there are those of you that would deny the 500 people presently employed and the 2,500 people that will be employed within about a year on ALRT, or if there are those, there will be 1,500 employed within a year, then frankly, I would be ashamed as a British Columbia to even share in any way, or even listening to such suggestions, that view.
then he got mad about a pamphlet which had been sent around yesterday, something in it that really set the education minister off. Here he goes again.
NC debate. It was just comical to watch if you got a chance to. 4 remaining candidates on the stage: Ron DeSantis, Nikki Haley, Vivek Ramaswamy, and Chris Christie. I do not know why Chris Christie is running, and I don't actually know what he's running for. Every time Chris Christie opens his mouth, it seems like he's just there to say, Donald Trump, I hate Donald Trump. Why does anybody like Donald Trump? Donald Trump bad. Donald Trump bad. That just seems to be the only thing that Chris Christie says. He's there to hawk a book. He's there to hate on Donald Trump. I don't know if he has any vision for America other than don't vote for Donald Trump, vote for me instead. It's very bizarre watching Chris Christie on the stage. I have no doubt that Ron DeSantis and Nikki Haley are actually running for president of the United States. I think the two of them believe that Donald Trump may be disqualified somehow. So whether he be truly disqualified from running, whether something comes out and Republicans suddenly completely turn on Trump, or somehow he's unable to run for president for whatever reason, I think these two are running for president, hoping that that day happens and that they get put in place instead. So they're competing against each other for this kind of what-if scenario. Donald Trump isn't available. Vivek Ramaswamy, though, I think is running for vice president. I think he's running for a cabinet position, and he's the only one who's practical in this race because he's the one who actually realizes Trump is going to be the nominee, and so he's wanting to be vice, or he's wanting to be in his cabinet. And I think that's what Vivek is very intelligently running for, versus Ron DeSantis and Nikki Haley, and certainly Chris Christie, who just he just stands there and just shakes his head. No Trump, no Trump, no Trump, no Trump. Those three have no shot at being named to Trump's administration at all. They have crapped on him over and over again. So there's no chance at all that the three of them would be picked. But again, they're running on the what if Trump is not around or not able to run, then maybe it'll be me. Now, Nikki Haley is a warmonger. Her vision for America is to support our friends, is what she kind of said. We got to support our friends. All she talks about is our friends around the world. We have to be supporting our friends, our friends, our friends. So she seems to be very friend first and not America first. She's all about her friends and doing whatever our friends want in order to keep friends. So she's on, reminds me of the girl in high school that will just do anything for the popular girl because she just wants to stay in the inner circle. I'll do anything you want at all. So just let's be friends. I'll do anything for my friends. That's how she sounds to me, because she doesn't seem to have any ideas for this country. Just a lot of ideas about other countries. Here she is. This is one of the clips from her. She's saying that what she says about TikTok and anti-Semitism. If you watch TikTok, I don't know if you realize this, but you're going to become 17% more anti-Semitic. Watch this.
We really do need to ban TikTok once and for all. And let me tell you why. For every 30 minutes that someone watches TikTok, every day, they become 17% more anti-Semitic, more pro-Hamas based on doing that. We now know that 50% of adults 18 to 25 think that Hamas was warranted in what they did with Israel. That's a problem.
Okay, so 17% more. So if you just watch TikTok, did you know, if you watch this program, did you know that you probably become, 37% more anti-Semitic every single time? She's just making up random numbers. How does anybody even determine this? Here's Vivek Ramaswamy. He is calling out the establishment and the lies. This is a great moment from the debate. Watch this.
With all three of my other colleagues on this debate stage is all three of them have been licking Donald Trump's boots for years. for money and endorsements. Ron DeSantis, you've been a great governor, but you would have never been one without actually begging Donald Trump for that endorsement.
And you attacked him in your book a year ago.
Same thing with Chris Christie as a lobbyist, begging them for COVID money for his special interests in New Jersey, prepping him for the debates last time around. These people are now Monday morning quarterbacking some decision he made. I think the real enemy is not Donald Trump. It's not even Joe Biden. It is the deep state that at least Donald Trump attempted to take on. And if you want somebody who's going to speak truth to power, then vote for somebody who's going to speak the truth to you. Why am I the only person on the stage, at least, who can say that January 6th now does look like it was an inside job? That the government lied to us for 20 years about Saudi Arabia's involvement in 9/11? That the Great Replacement theory is not some grand right-wing conspiracy theory, but a basic statement of the Democratic Party's platform? That the 2020 election was indeed stolen by big tech, that the 2016 election, the one that Trump won for sure, was also one that was stolen from him by the national security establishment that actually put up the Trump-Russia collusion hoax that they knew was false. There's a reason why I'm the only person on the stage who can say these things. That's what it's going to take, not people who were licking his boots one time and now Monday morning quarterbacking and criticizing when it's convenient.
Governor Christie. Well, he just laid it down, didn't he? I would imagine that Vivek Ramaswamy went up in the polls after this debate. I think he absolutely performed the best. I think Ron DeSantis just kind of stands there smug-leaning now. And Ron did say a few good things, but they didn't really stand out in particular to me. I just, he kind of says the same things many times. It really was against Vivek and Nikki Haley during this debate. Here is Vivek now also calling out Nikki Haley and her warmongering, because again, Nikki, her only plan for America seems to be support our friends, give money to our friends, wage war. So here he is calling her out, saying, yeah, she doesn't even know the provinces in Ukraine yet. She wants to send your sons and daughters there to go fight. Watch this.
I want everybody at home to know that I was the first person to say we need a reasonable peace deal in Ukraine. Now a lot of the neocons are quietly coming along to that position, with the exception of Nikki Haley and Joe Biden, who still support this, what I believe is pointless war in Ukraine. And I think those with foreign policy experience, one thing that Joe Biden and Nikki Haley have in common is that neither of them could even state for you 3 provinces in eastern Ukraine that they want to send our troops to actually fight for. Look at that. This is what I want people to understand. These people have, she has no idea what the hell the names of those provinces are, but she wants to send our sons and daughters and our troops and our military equipment to go fight it. So reject this myth that they've been selling you, that somebody had a cup of coffee stint at the UN and then makes $8 million after, has real foreign policy experience. It takes an outsider to see this through. Look at the blank expression. She doesn't know the names of the provinces that she wants to actually fight.
Looking for an easy marketing way to make your brand more renowned?
And there's a puppet masters right there. The donors right there that are playing about the puppet masters.
I think Vivek realized that if he's going to be pulling voters from somebody, it might be from Nikki Haley, because he really went after her. And you hear Chris Christie, because he's wanting to jump in to defend Nikki Haley, and he eventually does. He jumps in and says, she is a nice woman, or he just says she's an accomplished woman. And he jumps in to try to be this hero to save Nikki Haley's day. At that point, if I were Nikki, I would have turned around and said, I don't need you to defend me. Thank you very much. If anybody, I'll defend you next time somebody comes after you. But nonetheless, he got to jump in to be this knight in shining armor and save Nikki Haley from Vivek's criticism. And it was just, again, why is Chris Christie running? I don't really know if he's running to be president or selling books, or he wants to. Very odd. Here's the last one I want to show you from the debate. This one is becoming a viral meme. People are erasing the words on the notebook and they're putting on their own words. But here's Vivek Ramaswamy. He holds up a sign saying Nikki is corrupt. Watch.
She said that I have a woman problem. Nikki, I don't have a woman problem. You have a corruption problem. And I think that that's what people need to know. Nikki is corrupt. This is a woman who will send your kids to die so she can buy a bigger house. This is the problem. Using identity politics more effectively than Kamala Harris is a form of intellectual fraud. And it actually needs to, and there's our donor puppet masters wielding their puppet right up here tonight. This is how this game is played. puppet masters put up their puppet, and I reject the use of identity politics in this party. It has been a cancer coming from the left, and I'm sick and tired of the double standards the people of this country are too. Having two X chromosomes does not immunize you from criticism.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Governor Hayes.
Mickey is corrupt. He had that sign ready to go, didn't he? It was amazing, and now people are erasing that and kind of putting up whatever they want and creating this meme of Vivek. But those two really went after it last night, and it's just what are these guys running for? Again, Nikki Haley and Ron DeSantis seem to be really running for the if there's the moment that Donald Trump is not available. Vivek seems to be the only one who understands what this race really is about, and it's about a spot in Trump's administration. And I think Vivek has probably earned himself one, so you'll probably continue to see Vivek for years to come. And you know what? I liked a lot of the things that he had to say in this. His policies are kind of all over the place. He doesn't really, to me, seem to have a clear, cohesive vision for America, but he does seem to understand where a lot of the problems are. At least he said those in this debate, and I think that probably won over a lot of people when he was going through and talking about all the corrupt and 9/11 and January 6th and all of these various things that were considered conspiracy theories that American people have questions about and want answers to. All right, well, it is the Christmas and the holiday season, time for gift giving, parties with friends and family, and getting compliments everywhere you go, and looking years younger, thanks to Genucel. So from now until Christmas, Genucel's most popular package is better than 70% off at Genucel.com. So treat yourself and a loved one to the absolute best skincare in the world. See those troubling forehead wrinkles, fine lines, skin redness, pesky bags, and puffiness, and yes, even a sagging jawline disappear right before your eyes with Genucel's most popular collection. With its immediate effect, see results in less than 12 hours guaranteed or your money back. Plus, included in every
Célébrez des moments empreints de chaleur à bord d'un véhicule Hyundai avec l'événement J'aime l'hiver.
Hi, good evening. I'm Dr. Philip McMillan. Thank you again for joining me as we continue this journey of exploration around the COVID-19 pandemic and some of the unanticipated outcomes that would happen in it. And this is a very interesting thing, and I'm going to be sharing with you a paper. And this paper was only published today about the methyl pseudouridylation of mRNA and the ribosomal frame shifting. A complex topic, and I've decided to take it on because I think it is actually important. So here is the problem that we've got. Whenever you develop any kind of new technology, you're going to be going through a period of trying to anticipate and work out some of the things that you never thought could happen that happen. These are the unknown unknowns. And in the context of the COVID-19 vaccines and the mRNA technology, even though this had been tested before, it has never been tested at scale and at speed. And so I think for anyone to presume that they aren't going to be unknown unknowns is a bit foolish and naive. We give credit for the fact that they were able to do something so quickly. That was able to have immune responses, but that's a separate focus from my perspective where I look at autoimmunity. Anything about stimulating the immune system, I get worried about. That's aside. It was quite a remarkable achievement to bring this technology at scale, but in truth, you had to experiment on the population. And it's not clear that people understand that clearly enough. So here we are now coming into the area of unknown unknowns. That's what I mean. So in order to be able to do this, I'm taking on trying to explain some of the complexities around how cells work. So you have to bear with me. And even the ideas that are shared in this are quite complex. I really spent most of the day reflecting on it, trying to think about how I could explain it. So if I don't get everything right, please be patient. So we're going to start with some basic things about what they were doing when they were coming up with the idea of the vaccine. So you have to realize that this is talking about, this is what the Nobel Prize was about, the pseudouridine in mRNA COVID vaccines. So this was a paper that was produced in 2021 here. And what they were looking at is they were talking about how important these pseudouridines were to the mRNA COVID vaccines. And first, understanding that and understanding what changes they made with regards to it is absolutely critical. So they had a few problems with the mRNA technology when Malone had come up with the idea. The problem was that the immune system recognized it and destroyed it. So if you were going to try and get it into the cell to function, how do you get it past the immune system? And so this is where that critical breakthrough occurred when this is correction, and BioNTech came up with the pseudouridine principle to be able to bypass the immune system. And essentially, this is what it looks like. And this is what the paper shows. This is from the same paper. You have here uridine, and then you have pseudouridine. And this is what the research was using instead of actually uracil, which is part of RNA. Uridine can work as well, but pseudouridine seemed to work to be able to bypass the immune system. What a lot of people were not aware of is that in reality, the mRNA or the modified RNA vaccines did not use pseudouridine. It actually used N1 methyl pseudouridine, because they had found that this one was even better at evading the immune system. So although the Nobel Prize was given for this, this was not actually used in the vaccines. It was actually this. Now, it raises a question because I think they did do this with the Zika virus vaccines, and this is what the paper had spoken about. And you can look at the paper as the history went along. So they did trial this methyl pseudouridine with Zika vaccines, but this was not at big scale. So there would inevitably be some things that you just didn't even know could happen. And this is what I'm going to be talking about here with regards to ribosomal frame shifting. This is a fascinating topic. As I said, I've never heard about it before. And this paper here, it was received on the 25th of January, 2023, was finally accepted on the 31st of October, 2023, and it's published the 6th of December, 2023. So that's just yesterday. The lag time between this could be for a number of reasons. Maybe the reviewers weren't happy about something, they needed things to be changed, but this is a long time to wait because the information in this paper is actually very important and to a certain degree very, very concerning. And so this is a big deal. So what I'm going to do before I go into that is that I'm going to take on the challenge of trying to explain what this is about. And so we'll have to take you to just a few simple slides so that you understand what we're talking about here. So this here is an overview of an animal cell. Okay, so you have, this is the whole cell here. And in the center here, well, not in the center, we have the top here. This is the nucleus. This is where the DNA is. And the DNA will then convert into RNA. The RNA will go outside the nucleus, and then it will be converted in this, what we call rough endoplasmic reticulum, into proteins. And you can see here, these little dots, these are ribosomes, and I'll show you what these are. So this is the machinery the cell uses to convert information from the nucleus, that was DNA, which turned into RNA, to make it into protein. And so this is the process that happens in this part of the cell. And every cell has this to different degrees depending on how much protein they are making. So this is the part that we are interested in, these ribosomes, which do the work. So once you understand exactly what they're doing, you'll see what was the trick that they came up with to work around the immune system. So this is just a picture of a ribosome. And what you have here is this is the mRNA. This is normally what happens. The mRNA is produced from the DNA, and it is then sent out of the nucleus. And then these ribosomes pick it up. And they almost like a zipper run along it, and out comes a protein. And they have these binding sites within the ribosome, which then causes the amino acids to dock and connect them together. So it would look something like this, where you have here, this is the mRNA, and make this full screen. So again, this is an mRNA starting at the 5' end. This is the ribosome, it would start here. And as it goes along this is showing it going along step by step. These are not multiple ribosomes, it's just the same ribosome going along. And as it goes along this zipper, it starts to produce the peptide chain. And it will look like this. And gradually at the end, when it's finished going through the whole thing, you end up with a protein. And that protein is then processed. So this is what they were using with regards to the technology to make the spike protein. They would then use that same mRNA instead, and well, they'd use the same mRNA or a similar one that didn't need to go into the nucleus, take advantage of the ribosomes to make protein. And in that context, that was the spike protein. So this is now where it gets a little bit more complexity. The way how it then works is that you have, this is now an example of an RNA, and it only uses 4 nucleosides here. This one here is uracil, guanine, cytosine, and adenine. So it uses just a 4 combination to make any protein that it wants, and it's always in a 3 connection. So 3 of these make 1 amino acid, and that amino acid is then connected, and you have this line of protein that is then formed. And when all of it is formed, it then tends to fold up, and then it's processed into the final protein. The critical thing you have to notice is that it's 3 at a time as you move along. Okay, and this is how it works. And actually, you can see here from the principle of DNA. This is DNA. This would be in the nucleus. And again, this is the double-stranded DNA. The DNA stretch makes an mRNA, which then goes out of the nucleus, and then it goes to the ribosomes. And you can see in this context here, these 3, UAC makes tyrosine, then this UCA makes another amino acid. This one here is GGU, makes another amino acid. And then this one here, UCA, makes another amino acid. And this is just how the process works. And it's this that then becomes the protein. So that's the principle of how the ribosomes work. And this is why we now take it back to this frame shifting, what I consider to be the unknown that occurred with regards to the mRNA, specifically, it seems, from the spike protein from mRNA from Pfizer. Now, remember what I said about these amino acids. I think I probably need to get this back, and if you get this, you'll understand why this becomes a problem. So here we have again that principle of this mRNA. What they found happened, and you just have to imagine that this U is taken out. This is what they mean by a slip. almost, it does a jump. Instead of it going nice, these three, then these three, then these three, then these three, what happens, for some reason they don't know, it misses this. And you can see that instead of a UAC, it then becomes ACU, CAG, GUU, CA, and then something else. This is a completely different protein. So just by missing one of these here, you end up with abnormal protein. And this is something that they've just technically realized, or I shouldn't say they've realized, that they've just published about it, which is something. So therefore, this person was researching it for some time, and it's now finally published. And so here is the paper, and I think that this is now the bit that I want to focus on. I've just highlighted a few points around it, and I'll come back to them in a little bit here. What they found was that when the ribosomes made some of these abnormal proteins, they were looking at the interferon response, and they found a significantly higher interferon response to the one frame shifted antigen in the BNT162b2 vaccine group compared to the ChAdOx. This is the AstraZeneca versus the Pfizer. And you can see here, so this is the image that is showing this response. And you can see that when it came to the interferon response to these abnormal shifted peptides, the primary abnormal response was with the Pfizer vaccine. Interestingly, it did not happen with Moderna. We don't know why as yet. Didn't really happen with AstraZeneca, and certainly didn't happen in the untreated case. But this triggered an abnormal immune response, an interferon response, with regards to a number of these abnormal proteins that occurred. This is really, really important because it could start to explain some of the really strange presentations that we have been seeing around what happens. I'm going to show you again so that you get this, how important this question is. Here again, I've got this protein translation. So in this one here, again, you can see how three of them connect to make one amino acid here. So this one here is the UAG. This one here, GUC, and they tend to they balance each other out. A connects with U, G connects with C. So you can see here that this is going along fine, and it's producing the protein that it would expect. But if you imagine that suddenly the next one to go along is supposed to be CUA, but it slips on this one and frame shifts, so that instead of CUA, you get CAC. The next one down suddenly becomes UAG, UAA, CAC, GUG. This is a completely different protein. Just by that one shift right here, it's because the methods are so precise that even the slightest shift can create a problem. Now, we don't know if this is related to the N1 methyl, as I said, pseudouridine here. So as I said, it's unclear if this is connected to the fact that they use this as opposed to this. All that research needs to be done to try and see if we can understand, one, why is it happening primarily with Pfizer and not with Moderna, and what implications, if any. Now, some people will be quite happy to say, come on, there's nothing that's happening. I don't really think like that. That's not how science works. This is an unknown. It's triggering an interferon response around the fact that we're getting abnormal proteins being formed. There's still a lot of work that has to be done to try and understand the implications. And who knows what that means, because sometimes these proteins, if you don't end up, if they can't then make a logical protein, sometimes they get stuck. And then this protein will be destroyed or sometimes get stuck within the cell. Does that explain why we have these strange patterns where spike protein or fragments of the spike protein continue to circulate for long periods of time after someone has been vaccinated? These are very big questions. We don't know what it means, but it definitely is unexpected. This is the reality of science, and this is what oftentimes happens with many products and many drugs that were in production. They were doing well in the phase 1, the phase 2, then they hit phase 3 or even phase 4, and you see a pattern that you didn't anticipate, and this is a problem. We don't know if this is one of them, but all we know is that it was unexpected. What else don't we know that could be occurring? These are the challenges that are ahead of us. And from a clinical point of view, it makes it extremely difficult for us to know exactly what kinds of diseases we can see presenting, if any at all. That's always the hope, that it means nothing. But if it's triggering an interferon response, I suspect that's not going to be the case. Let's hope that these things are mild. But there is still a lot more research to be done in order to have a full understanding of longer term implications. Have a great evening.
Because it's not really what I wanted to look at. Because
What do you want?
I end up looking like everyone else. I like to look like a clown, to be honest. I usually wear like ridiculous, like loud colors. Like they call it like peacocking, but that's not really what. It's not why. I don't even really know why. It's like, it's like but also not. That's weird. Like, I mean, like I'm an introvert, obviously, and I don't have. I'm also isolated a lot of the time. Really comes from my own experience.
What do you mean by you like to?
Yeah, but it's not like just wearing bright colors just makes you like people want to come and talk to you. It doesn't really change anything. It just changes how you perceive probably.
Why do you like wearing bright colors?
I don't know. So it's just
Yeah. Right. So I think right there is a difference. One is you doing what you think the world wants, and one is doing what you want.
yeah, of course. But I
So I do think it's worth exploring. I'm not
Just
saying
find
that just
different
be, don't change as a human being and don't explore other wardrobes. Like I think if you're in the dating scene, it makes sense to like try to present your best self. Right? So I don't think you should be inauthentic, but I think that you should be as polished as you can possibly be.
yeah, I was looking for something.
Yeah, so I think that like a nice blazer and a nice pair of shoes is great, but if you want to wear like a more flamboyant shirt, then by all means go for it.
If you tell me to be myself, then I guess I would do, but I don't know that it would make me.
Okay, so hold on for a second. Because now can we acknowledge that you're not actually being yourself? Like, do you acknowledge that, or do you still think that you're being yourself when you go out and date? Okay, but at least when it comes to clothing, it sounds like you're not.
I don't even know. The whole reason I even wear the stupid stuff I wear now is because it was originally a recommendation from the very first girl at work who actually got me fired. I don't even know. Like, if I don't have a style.
don't care about clothing. I don't even care. Not wear anything.
I mean, did you dress up for this interview? For session? Did you think about what you were wearing when you came out here?
Yeah, kind of. Because I mean, it's recorded, isn't it?
So, like, I mean, how comfortable do you feel with what you're wearing?
I mean, this is my day without the blazer. I mean, I'm pretty comfortable.
Okay. I think you look sharp, man. You're right. I can't see the rest of you. You're like an octopus from below the top.
A couple of people have commented, but this guy didn't seem that fat. I mean, if I start, I mean, I probably did see when I went to get a picture.
So you may be fat. That's okay. Like 40% of the world is overweight. A lot of them find love. Like you can do some things to lose weight, and you can be more confident in yourself. Absolutely, but it also doesn't make you in love with it. Right? Like people.
I do. When it's not so much the case out in the suburbs, but especially in London, all the couples you see on the street, they're all two good-looking couples. Like it makes sense. You don't see a lot of couples of any.
I mean, I think you should look closer.
I'm looking all the time.
I think that you have a cognitive bias that filters what you see.
No, because when I do see it, I'm like, wow, that's rare.
Okay. I mean, could be wrong.
Yeah.
I think most of the couples in the world are fives. They're not eights. They're not nines.
Yeah, in the world, I'm just saying. I said specifically in London, though. I feel like there's a lot of very beautiful people here, and that's kind of what the city attracts.
Oh, how do you think this conversation is going?
Not as bad as last time. Yeah.
What do you mean by train wreck?
I mean, like, what if I don't, maybe it like comes. I don't know. Maybe a train wreck because there's no focus.
What should we focus on?
I thought it was terrible last time, but then when I went back and watched it again, I realized it was fine if I would just let go of it. It was because I was trying to oversteer it. I probably would start running. So I didn't want to try to get into it.
So I'm kind of thinking. So earlier you said there were some things that were going to be difficult to talk about, but they felt like they were important or something. Can you just understand what you said? Like you had planned on talking about some stuff that you thought would be difficult.
No, yeah. Why are calls for genocide okay? Well, it turns out that contextually, if you work on an Ivy League campus, such as Harvard, now, I would have thought there would have been an always no, that would have been a never event. Yes. You're never supposed to judge. But it turns out that if you're politically on the right side of the argument, then actually there are tolerance. Seems to be the case. They use the word targeted. They do. Yes. It's very legally used about it.
It is.
Yeah.
It's a bit like I didn't have sex with that woman.
Yeah.
The Clinton Get Out.
It is, yes. Yeah.
You know, and I watched it. But what I think anti-Semitism goes way deeper than we think, particularly on the left. And I think that the whole there's it's like the Owen Jones thing, which is a reluctance to admit Hamas have been really pretty horrible.
Yeah, there's a weird amount of patience.
It's the Hamas defense. It's like, well, you can't blame them really.
Yeah.
It's sort of that thing. So I think what we're seeing is the reveal. I think a lot of these people have been anti-Semitic soft or the whole hard.
Yeah.
I don't know. But that Penn State thing was really instructive. And also when the question was posed, the woman's face.
She was up.
And blank. It was like, what do I say? How do I get out of this? What do they're asking?
Well, one of them. We'll get into it. Watch a bit of it in a minute. But the thing I think is important is the concept of repressive tolerance, because of course, if this was say Ben Shapiro fans reporting for the genocide of the Palestinians, Harvard campuses, I don't think they'd be sat in front of the committee going like, well, I mean, it's contextual. I think the Ben Shapiro would be banned from every campus ever, like he probably is anyway, and all of his fans would have been kicked out. Anyone chanting that, they would have come down incredibly hard. But when it's left wingers saying death to all Jews, suddenly there's a lot more nuance, a lot more.
There seems to be,
and that is all Marcuse's repressive. He wrote this essay called Repressive Tolerance, in which he said, look, we will just simply rescind tolerance from those people we disagree with from the right. And this is literally what we're watching playing out now. And so the left gets infinite tolerance for anything they do. The right gets zero tolerance for anything they do, even though they are both the same.
Yeah.
Imperium Press is the classics department of the future. The Western canon has been under assault for generations. Everywhere you turn, the greatest thinkers of all time are being cancelled, and the new editions of their work spend more time apologizing for them than elucidating them. Since 2018, Imperium Press has been reclaiming the canon from forces who want to erase it. Offering a wide library, Imperium Press places the greatest thinkers of all time where they belong, outside of the liberal worldview. Homer, Sophocles, Shakespeare, and Beowulf stand shoulder to shoulder with political geniuses like Filmer and Maestra, as well as cutting-edge contemporary poetry, political theory, and fiction. Imperium Press is blazing a forward-looking trail to where the towering genius of mankind is again at the center of our cultural life. Browse our catalogue at imperiumpress.org and discover the classics department of the future.
So I thought we'd begin with just the New York Times' framing. Harvard, MIT, and Penn say they are acting against anti-Semitism in congressional testimony.
No, they're not.
That's not what I drew from the bloody testimony. That's a weird thing, isn't it? Just this is what I mean. Like, there is no way, if this was a right wing being called up to be defending themselves, calls for genocide against whoever.
Yeah.
That this would have been the framing.
Well, my thing. If you imagine somebody saying the same thing about all black students,
oh God.
Can you imagine?
The sky would have come
exactly.
down. The guy would have been
Gay students. Gay students. Yeah, absolutely. But
you probably would have back and taken away.
Exactly.
Everything.
I completely agree with you. I think there are some sections of society which are you can't even discuss it. You can't even you're accused of transphobia or Islamophobia or whatever it is. To me, we even talk about it. It's a phobia. But with the Jewish issue and anti-Semitism, it seems there are all kinds of caveats around it.
What I found weird is that obviously I've had been in these schools for so long, and what I find weird is what I've noticed online is people with a legitimate concern for their safety, particularly in London, are just mocked.
Oh, completely.
And it's like online it's very odd. There's this sort of like as if a Jewish person in London who says actually I don't feel safe. Would lie about that.
I don't feel safe as an English person.
No.
Well, being a Jewish person.
Yeah, exactly.
Can you imagine how much worse that is?
Yeah, and I think it's very odd, and it's a bit. What I thought was weird reading some of the timelines is a lot of people are very sympathetic, but some of those who wanted to have a go, there was no sort of why do you think that? What's happened? It was just your line.
Yeah.
That this is you trying to put trying to create a full sense of hostility.
Well, suddenly we don't care about lived experience.
No, exactly.
Suddenly we don't care about any of that.
No.
I mean, this is a statement from Claudine Gay at Harvard. Right. I thought this was cool. She says, quote,
I've sought to confront hate while preserving free expression. This is difficult work, I know. I've not always got it right. Again, if that was Ben Shapiro fans calling for the extermination plan,
Yes.
you'd be like, well, I'm very concerned about free expression. It wouldn't even come up.
No,
It wouldn't come up.
I agree.
And so I thought we'd watch just some of this testimony.
Yeah, this is good.
Because this is just bonkers, to be honest. I just can't believe I'm watching this in the year of our Lord 2023.
Dr. Kornbluth, at MIT, does calling for the genocide of Jews violate MIT's code of conduct or rules regarding bullying and harassment? Yes or no?
Targeted individuals not making public statements.
Yes or no?
Just not making public statements. So if I'm just, I come out into a barbecue, I'm just like, I think it was just a genocide. It's just a broad statement. It's just a statement of like, you'd be like, well, I mean, that's the time. No, it is a yes or no. It's very easy.
Absolutely.
I love this is equivocation.
Yeah.
Calling for the genocide of Jews does not constitute bullying and harassment? But you've heard chants for Intifada, the MIT's code of conduct or rules.
That would be investigated as harassment.
Ms. McGill,
So just as you think.
Yeah.
Come on. Sort of soft thing. It wasn't the other side, was it? They're just things to wear on the board.
Yeah, exactly.
Anything.
Yeah.
Does calling for the genocide of Jews violate his rules or code of conduct? Yes or no? I am asking specifically calling for the genocide of Jews. Does that constitute bullying or harassment?
It is directed and severe.
Yeah.
So the answer is yes.
It is a context-dependent decision.
It's a context-dependent decision. That's your testimony today. Calling for the genocide of Jews is dependent on the context. That is not bullying or harassment. This is the easiest question to answer. Yes, Ms. McGill. So is your testimony that you will not answer yes? Yes or no?
If speech becomes conduct, it can be harassment.
Conduct meaning committing the act of genocide? His speech is not harassment? This is unacceptable, Ms. McGill. I'm going to give you one more opportunity for the world to see your answer. Does calling for the genocide of Jews violate Penn's code of conduct when it comes to bullying and harassment? Yes or no?
It can be harassment.
The answer.
She's lovely.
Yeah.
What a good
Yeah.
What a really good lady she is.
Yeah.
And that's why, I mean, I think that's why you see so many dysfunctional people coming out of university. Yeah, what's weird is that they think they've been educated. In fact, a lot of it's doctors. But my daughter went to doctor. She went through 6 years of uni. And she was very perplexed at some of the information she was getting. And some of the groups and the political stuff going on. Fortunately, she's quite savvy and ballsy and kept herself to herself. But if you're not that sort of person, you could get like her.
But the interesting thing is, as you say, she started off being very pro-NHS.
Yes.
And then, very much pro the idea. And then, I watched Karen Corbyn with her, who's still rattling on about being pro-NHS. Like it's a kid.
Yeah.
And when she realised how politically skewed it was, she pulled away. And it's now destroyed the thing.
Just as a quick side, I'm pro concept. Yes, it's great. It's not the national health. It is the international. And we're going to forever be
my thing is, like I said, about 2028, going back, be specific. Is every procedure free at the company? Yeah. I mean, I remember somebody talking to me about getting HIV, what they PrEP, on the NHS. And my thing is, go and buy some condoms. I don't think the taxpayer should pay for that. I think you can get condoms, but you probably can. Probably can. Anything like there are some things I agree with you that absolutely should be free of charge use. But the idea that it should cover absolutely all procedures. Back in the day, I'll tell a very quick story. Back in the day when the NHS started, there was a little old lady who used to go to a GP and order as much cotton wool as she could get on hand. Loads and loads of cotton. And after a while, the doctor said to her, "What, can I ask you what's going on with that month?" She's like, "Making teddy bears." That kind of thinking. Yeah, you should have paid for that. She wouldn't do it.
Yeah. So we saw this Facebook which I was looking at. Again, I mean, is that to be considered?
Yeah.
Anything. But as you see the result of the like, there are online and they literally say a down burst last week of the life. The wages broadcast and something before that all goes into it. Okay, that's the internet. It's not Ivy League candidates, it's not the presidents of these Ivy League universities. But this is the thing, it's oh the right evil anti-Semitism. The left everybody thinking stopping point. Unbelievable.
Yeah.
Unbelievable chances. This is why I figured out from tolerance, why anyway, lots of people actually. I've seen that. Clip.
Oh, that time I've seen it. It's just like
look, you know, three of them, the old president.
yeah.
They're not just at the low level, they're great.
The far right has become another expression like you're a racist or you're a homophobe.
Yeah.
It's just one of those like competitors thrown out.
But also, it's like anti-vax.
Yeah, exactly.
It's used to spur the conversation.
Yeah.
I know.
Exactly.
On the subject of far right, I think what's far right? Being pro-friendly, kid legal. This would be like that's what being far right is.
There's a good Anthony and he said you went to the real far right.
Absolutely. Because we're racist, people get far right. Well, it's and I can right so far. And but people are just, and I'm going to find out what Black Lives Matter is. That's the sort of part that you're really upset with the whole thing.
Yeah.
So, whenever I just really suppose what's fine, they'll tell me which things are just really good. I find it simple. It's like, okay, but if that's what they are like this, then I mean, if you've got those announcements, just look at these. It's not like you're shy to say no. So you're not putting the announcements. What you're putting is
yeah.
In order to make it. Yeah. They need to look at it. If you see the program stimulus, if you put people just in their personal gear, I don't know if this is the what or their hijacking the thing, I don't know that. But they're now application of what
So I've seen it back.
Yeah, we got that in the whole thing. There was a clip of the Met Police taking the guys to the and swatch on it, and they were putting this up. He said, sorry, if somebody comes on to something very close to you, directed like that, right? And what he says, no, we will look back up. You can't tell them to swatch it, so put that to the side. You carry on.
But sometimes I think, for me, the devil is always in the detail. Have you seen the Christmas tree? It's pretty terrible.
Oh, really?
It's really bad. And I think if you had a really, I'm not a Christian at all, but I'm not a other thing. But if you had a very strong Christian man in London, that Christmas tree would work. What we have
is the big car.
It's the big car who doesn't care about us. Christmas or Christmas. So therefore, a tree bears the brunt. It looks like one half can shave off. If it doesn't, let's have a look at the Christmas tree.
That bear, my gosh.
Now that, that actually looks better than that.
That looks better now.
Yes.
And it looks a bit small.
Yes, it is.
That was better. When the first picture I saw, it looked pretty shabby. Maybe that's a better shot. It does look great. It's lovely. It's pretty.
But you should watch it.
We probably got a better one soon.
Yeah. It was last year, I think. The first time I spotted it, and the last year's team was infinitely worse than that.
And you know, if
and around, yeah, I really think, Star of the Angels and that sort of stuff isn't really what we're talking about when we're talking about celebrating Christmas.
I think here's a picture of it.
Oh, that's the one I took.
Yeah. That could be stores. Yeah, they're not separate.
Yeah.
It's huge.
No.
Yeah, it's always big.
Yeah, we need to go back in time.
Yeah. Anyway, we'll carry on here.
Yeah.
Right. So yeah, there were a lot of responses to this real strange. The Pfizer CEO said he changed here. The Pennsylvania governor said that this was like something to change for. What press secretary was at this various investors who are graduates of the university. One thing that people need to know is that, of course, very rich people who graduate from the university tend to disadvantage life. Absolutely. And so it's weird that we're going to affect all of those people by saying, they're going to be more extreme. Say Mark Warren, who's a private equity billionaire, we discussed it, and the hedge fund billionaire Bill Ackman has called them to resign in disgrace.
It's good that opposition is out. It is. I think so. It's just a shame that it took this broadcast filming that power to make it.
That guy there on Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro. I don't think Shapiro's his mother was Helen. But this gave journalist easy to read the cover. Yes, actually easy to help out with this. You should just say yes, it is. It calls for genocide of England. Obviously, Christians were accurate.
Yeah.
Not very difficult. Open this up in the Harvard Student Handbook. Report. On page 50, it says discrimination based on race, color, sex, religion, national origin, age, ancestry, veteran status, disability, military service, any other legal protected basis. Calls for genocide and theft. Don't fall under that.
Yeah.
Then they're being very, very general.
They haven't read the handbook.
It wasn't brand new this year. Maybe last year's handbook was like, what is an acceptable response? Yes. But finally, we did actually get a statement from there are some who confuse the right to free expression with the will condone calls for violence against British students. So they're not saying you can't call for genocide.
No.
They're not saying that you can calls for violence or genocide. Calls for violence or genocide against Jewish people. Everyone looks like I'll have no person. I agree. Yeah, she's better to do this strictly. They do. What a jerk.
Exactly.
Everyone does.
Yeah.
And she's at someone who's been on toast, so you need to sort this out. We've got hundreds of
billion.
Make it right.
Yeah, make it right.
Stupid woman.
Yeah.
I mean, first of all, why didn't you say it's being congressional bill? I mean, like, if everyone had a place to say, we would be caught up with the point. Yeah, absolutely. And it's super easiest way.
Yeah.
You support the board, why are we political?
I suppose they're trying to get around because if they said no, we can support this, they would against it. We need the students to go
Using that.
and why haven't we done something with that? We want to do that. And they'll get loads of protests.
Yes.
Yeah, the other word channel was contextual. Jihad. There's nothing contextual about jihad.
No, nothing.
It is what it is.
Well, that's good.
Yeah.
She's got the different people.
I wonder what these constructions are
Oh.
so.
Yeah, if that's a smirk about defending the genocide. What would they say?
Yeah,
I don't stop at the balls even.
No.
I think I just I probably good point. I appreciate that episode.
we know we have value systems that argue against aggression and argue for peaceful resolution of crises. And therefore, given these norms, we can trust each other. We can know each other's intentions. Remember, for realists like me, uncertainty about intentions really helps drive the train. But if you're talking about two democracies, right, the argument there is that they know each other's intentions.
And for you, sure, maybe democracy reduce uncertainty a little bit, but not enough to stop the train.
I think that's right. Yeah, that's right. So that's democratic peace theory. The second theory is economic interdependence theory. And that's the argument that in a globalized world like the one that we live in and have lived in for a long time, there's a great deal of economic interdependence. And if you and I are two countries, or if you and me are two countries, and we're economically interdependent, we're both getting prosperous as a result of this economic influence. The last thing that we're going to do is start a war, either one of us, because who would kill the goose that lays the golden eggs? Is that kind of argument. So there you have an argument that economic interdependence leads to peace. And then the third liberal argument has to do with institutions, sometimes referred to as liberal institutionalism. And this is the argument that if you can get states into institutions where they become rule-abiding actors, they will obey the rules that dictate that war is not acceptable. So if you get them to accept the UN rules on when you can and cannot initiate a war, then you'll have a more peaceful world. So those are the liberal theories. And as you can tell, they're very different from realism as articulated by somebody like me.
Can you maybe argue against the economic interdependence and the institutions that institutions follow rules a little bit? So the golden goose with the golden egg, you're saying that nations are happy to kill the goose because, again, they want to.
If they think it's necessary to kill the golden goose because of security concerns, they will do it. The point is that economic interdependence at its root has prosperity as the core variable. In the realist story, the core variable is survival. And survival always trumps prosperity. So if you go back to the period before World War I, we're in Europe, it's 1913, early 1914. What you see is that you have an intense security competition between all of the great powers. On one side, you have the Triple Alliance, and on the other side, you have the Triple Entente. You have these two alliances, and you have an intense security competition between them, okay? At the same time, you have a great deal of economic interdependence. It's amazing how much economic intercourse is taking place in Europe among all the actors, right? And people are getting prosperous, or countries are getting prosperous as a result. But nevertheless, in the famous July crisis of 1914, this economic prosperity is unable to prevent World War I because security concerns or survival is more important. So there are, going to be lots of situations where prosperity and survival come into conflict, and in those cases, survival will win.
And maybe you can speak to the different camps of realists. You said offensive and defensive. Can you draw attention to those two?
Yeah. Let me just back up a bit on that one. You were talking about will to power before. The first big divide between realists is structural realists and human nature realists.
Nice.
Mm-hmm. And Hans Morgenthau, who was influenced by nature and therefore had that will to power logic embedded in his thinking about how the world works, right? He was a human nature realist. Okay? I'm a structural realist, and I believe
it's not human nature. It's not individuals and some will to power that drives competition and war. What drives competition and war is the structure of the system. It's anarchy.
So you're not as romantic as the human nature.
Yeah, there's just a world of difference between the two. It's just important to understand that.
So within that, from the structural, there's a subdivision also.
Yes, inside the structural realist world, right? And you have a handful of realists who believe that the structure of the system fosters competition, for sure, security competition, but it really rules out great power war almost all the time. So it makes sense to care about the balance of power, but to focus on maintaining how much power you have. That's the defensive realism, maintaining how much power you have, not trying to gain more power. Because the argument the defensive realists make is that if you try to gain more power, the system will punish you. The structure will punish you. I'm not a defensive realist. I'm an offensive realist. And my argument is that states look for opportunities to gain more power. And every time they see, or almost every time they see an opportunity to gain more power, and they think the likelihood of success is high and the cost will not be great, they'll jump at that opportunity.
Just to lean on the human nature perspective, how do you explain Hitler and Nazi Germany? Just one of the more recent aggressive expansions for military might. How do you explain that in the framework of offensive reason?
Well, I think that Nazi Germany was driven in large part by structural considerations. And I think if you look at Imperial Germany, which was largely responsible for starting World War I, and of course Nazi Germany was responsible for starting World War II. What that tells you is you didn't need Adolf Hitler to start World War I. Right? And I believe that there is a good chance you would have had World War II in the absence of Hitler. Right? I believe that Germany was very powerful, was deeply worried about the balance of power in Europe, and it had strong incentives to behave aggressively. In the late 1930s, early 1940s. So I believe that structure mattered. However, I want to qualify that in the case of Adolf Hitler, because I do think he had what you would call a will to power. I've never used that word to describe him before, but it's consistent with my point that I often make, that there are two leaders, or there have been two leaders in modern history who are congenital aggressors. And one was Napoleon, and the other was Hitler. You know, if you want to call that a will to power, you can do that. I'm more comfortable referring to Hitler as a congenital aggressor and referring to Napoleon as a congenital aggressor. Although there were important differences between the two, because Hitler was probably the most murderous leader in recorded history, and Napoleon was not in that category at all. But both of them were driven by what you would call a will to power. And that has to be married to the structural argument in Hitler's case, and also in Napoleon's case.
Is there some degree on the human psychology side that resentment, because of what happened after World War I, led to Hitler losing so much power and then Hitler starting World War II? And this is the human side. Perhaps the reason I asked that question is also because you mentioned the century of humiliation on the China side. So to which degree did humiliation lead to Hitler and lead to World War II?
Well, the question of what led to Hitler is a very different question than the question of what led to World War II once Hitler was in power. I mean, after January 30th, 1933, he's in power. And then the question of what is driving him comes racing to the fore. Is there resentment over the Versailles Treaty and what happened to Germany? Yes. Did that matter? Yes. But my argument is that structure was the principal factor driving the train in Hitler's case. But what I'm saying here is that there were other factors as well. Resentment being one of them, will to power, or the fact that he was a congenital aggressor in my lexicon certainly mattered as well. So I don't want to dismiss your point about resentment.
So Hitler in particular, the way he wielded, the way he gained so much power might have been the general resentment of the populace, the German populace.
I think that as a result of defeat in World War I, all the trials and tribulations associated with time in Germany, and then the coming of the Great Depression, well, all of those factors definitely account for his coming to power. I think that one of the reasons that he was so successful at winning over the German people once he came to power was because there was a great deal of resentment in the German body politic. And he played on that resentment. That surely helped him get elected too. And I think, having studied the case, it was even more important once he took over. I also believe that one of the principal reasons that he was so popular, and he was wildly popular inside Nazi Germany, is because he was the only leader of an industrialized country who pulled his country out of depression. And that really mattered. It made him very effective. It's also worth noting that he was a remarkably charismatic individual. I find that hard to believe because every time I look at him or listen to his speeches, he does not appear to be charismatic to me. But I've talked to a number of people who are experts on this subject who assure me that he was very charismatic. And I would note to you, if you look at public opinion polls in Germany, West Germany, in the late 1940s, this is the late 1940s, after the Third Reich is destroyed in 1945, he is still remarkably popular in the polls.
Stalin is still popular in many parts of Eastern Europe.
Yeah. And Stalin's popular in many quarters inside Russia. And Stalin murdered more of his own people than he murdered people outside of the Soviet Union.
And still to you, the tides of history turn not on individuals but on structural causation. So Hitler may be a surface layer characteristics of how Germany started the war, but not really the reason.
History is a multi-dimensional phenomenon.
So I hear.
We're talking about interstate relations here. And realism is a theory about how states interact with each other. And there are many other dimensions to international politics. And if you're talking about someone like Adolf Hitler, right? Why did he start World War II? Is a very different question than why did he start the Holocaust? Why did he push forward a Holocaust? I mean, that's a different question. And realism doesn't answer that question. So I want to be very clear that, I'm not someone who argues that realism answers every question rather than politics. But it does answer what is, one of the big, if not the biggest questions that IR scholars care about, which is what causes security competition and what causes great power war.
Does offensive realism answer the question why Hitler attacked the Soviet Union?
Yes.
Because from a military strategy perspective, pros and cons to that decision.
Pros and cons to every decision. The question is, did he think that he could win a quick and decisive victory? And he did, as did his general. Very interesting. I've spent a lot of time studying German decision making in World War II. If you look at the German decision to invade Poland on September 1st, 1939. We look at the German decision to invade France on May 10th, 1940, and then the Soviet Union on June 22nd, 1941. What you see is there was actually quite a bit of resistance to Hitler in 1938 at the time of Czechoslovakia unit. And there was also quite a bit of resistance in September 1939.
Internally or
Internally, for sure. Yeah, people had doubts. They didn't think the Wehrmacht was ready, and given the fact that World War I had just ended about 20 years before, the thought of starting another European war was not especially attractive to lots of German policymakers, including military leaders. And then came France, 1940. In the run-up to May 10th, 1940, there was huge resistance in the German army to attacking France. But that was eventually eliminated because they came up with a clever plan, the Manstein Plan. If you look at the decision to invade the Soviet Union on June 22nd, 1941, which is the only case where they failed. They succeeded in France, they succeeded in Poland, they succeeded at Munich in 1938. Soviet Union is where they failed. There's hardly any resistance there.
Well, and to say that they failed the Soviet Union, I mean, my grandfather from the Soviet Union, you know, there was a lot of successes early on. So there's poor military, I would say, strategic decisions along the way. But it caught Stalin off guard. Maybe you can correct me, but from my perspective, terrifyingly so, they could have been successful. It's certain different decisions were made from a military perspective.
Yeah, I've always had the sense they came terrifyingly close to winning. You can make the opposite argument that they were doomed, but I'm not terribly comfortable making that argument. I think the Wehrmacht by the summer of 1941 was a finely tuned instrument for war. And the Red Army was in quite terrible shape. Stalin had purged the officer corps. They had performed poorly in Finland, and there were all sorts of reasons to think that they were no match for the Wehrmacht. And if you look at what happened in the initial stages of the conflict, that proved to be the case. The Germans won a lot of significant tactical victories early on.
And if they focused and went to Moscow as quickly as possible, it's, again, terrifyingly so, could have been basically topple Stalin. And one thing
that's possible. Fortunately, we're not going to run the experiment again, but one could argue that had they concentrated, as the generals wanted to do, in going straight to Moscow, that they would have won. I mean, what Hitler wanted to do is he wanted to go into the Ukraine. Hitler thought that the main axis, there were three axes. The northern axis went towards Leningrad. The central axis, of course, went to Moscow. Then the southern axis, Army Group South, headed towards Ukraine and deep into the Caucasus. And Hitler believed that that should have been the main axis. And in fact, in 1942, the Germans go back on the offensive in 1942. This is Operation Blue. And the main axis in 42 is deep into the Ukraine and into the Caucasus. And that failed. But one could argue that had they done that in 41, had they not gone to Moscow, had they gone, had they concentrated on going deep into Ukraine and into the Caucasus, they could have knocked the Soviets out that way. I'm not sure that in the end I believe that. I think in the end the Soviets would have won no matter what, but I'm not 100% sure of that.
So sometimes, maybe you can educate me, but sometimes, they say, just like with Napoleon, winter defeated Hitler in Russia. I think not often enough people tell the story of the soldiers of the
motivation and how hard they fight. So it turns out that the Ukrainians and Russians are not easy to conquer. They're the kinds of people that don't roll over and fight bravely. There seems to be a difference in certain peoples in how they see war, how they approach war, how proud they are to fight for their country, to die for their country, these kinds of things. So I think Battle of Stalingrad tells, at least to me, a story of extremely brave fighting on the Soviet side. And that's a component of war too. It's not just structural. It's not just military strategy. It's also the humans involved. But maybe that's a romantic notion of war.
No, I think there's a great deal of truth in that, but let's just unpack it a bit in the case of the Soviet Union in World War II. The counter argument to that is that in World War I, the Russian army disintegrated. And if you look at what happened when Napoleon invaded in 1812, and you look at what happened in 1917, and then you look at what happened between 41 and 45, the Napoleon case looks a lot like the Hitler case, and it fits neatly with your argument. But World War I does not fit neatly with your argument because the Russians lost and surrendered. And you have the infamous Treaty of Brest-Litovsk, where the Soviet Union then, because it went from Russia to the Soviet Union until 1917, the Soviet Union surrendered large amounts of Soviet territory because it had suffered in humiliating defeat. My argument is why the Russians, why the Soviets fought like wild dogs in World War II, is that they were up against the genocidal episode. You would understand that the Germans murdered huge numbers of Soviet POWs. The overall total was 3.7 million. And by December of 1941, remember the invasion is June 41, by December of 1941, the Germans had murdered 2 million Soviet POWs. At that point in time, they had murdered many more POWs than they had murdered Jews. Just not to deny for 1 second, they were on a murderous rampage when it came to Jews. But they were also on a murderous rampage when it came to Soviet citizens and Soviet soldiers. Right? So those Soviet soldiers quickly came to understand that they were fighting for their lives. If they were taken prisoner, they would die. So they fought like wild dogs.
Yeah, the story of the Holocaust and 6 million Jews was often told extensively. If Hitler won, conquered the Soviet Union, it's terrifying to think on a much grander scale than the Holocaust what would have happened to the Slavs.
Absolutely. All you have to do is read the number. And they also had a plan, what was it called? Grand Plan East. I forget the exact name of it, which made it clear that they were going to murder many tens of millions of people. And by the way, I believe that they would have murdered all the Poles and all the Romans. My view is that the Jews were number one on the genocidal hit list. The Roma, the Gypsies, were number two, and the Poles were number three. And of course, I just explained to you how many POWs they had killed. So they would have ended up murdering huge numbers of Soviet citizens as well. But people quickly figured out that this was happening. That's my point to you. And that gave them, needless to say, very powerful incentives to fight hard against the Germans and to make sure that they did not win.
To fast forward in time, but not in space. Let me ask you about the war in Ukraine. Why did Russia invade Ukraine in 2022? What are some of the explanations given, and which do you find most credible?
Well, clearly the conventionalism is that Putin is principally responsible. Putin is an imperialist. He's an expansionist.
That's the conventional.
Yeah, and the idea is that he is bent on creating a greater Russia. And even more so, he's interested in dominating Eastern Europe, if not all of Europe. And that Ukraine was the first stop on the train. And what he wanted to do was to conquer all of Ukraine, incorporate it into a greater Russia, and then he would move on and conquer other countries. This is the conventional wisdom. My view is there is no evidence, let me emphasize, zero evidence to support that argument.
Which part that he would, the imperialist part, in the sense that he sought to conquer all of Ukraine and move on.
There's no evidence he was interested in conquering all of Ukraine. There's no evidence beforehand that he was interested in conquering any of Ukraine. And there's no way that an army that had 190,000 troops at the most, right, could have conquered all of Ukraine. Just impossible. As I like to emphasize, when the Germans went into Poland in 1939, and the Germans, you want to remember, were only intent on conquering the western half of Poland because the Soviets came in later that month. We're going to conquer the eastern half of Poland. So the western half of Poland is much smaller than Ukraine. And the Germans went in with 1.5 million troops. If Vladimir Putin were bent on conquering all of Ukraine, he would have needed at least 2 million troops. I would argue he needs 3 million troops, because not only do you need to conquer the country, you then have to occupy it. But the idea that 190,000 troops was sufficient for conquering all of Ukraine is not a serious argument. Furthermore, he was not interested in Ukraine. And that's why in March 2022, this is immediately after the war started, he is negotiating with Zelensky to end the war. There are serious negotiations taking place in Istanbul involving the Turks. And Naftali Bennett, who was the Israeli prime minister at the time, is deeply involved in negotiating with both Putin and Zelensky to end the war. Well, if he was interested, Putin, in conquering all of Ukraine, why in God's name would he be negotiating with Zelensky to end the war? And of course, what they were negotiating was NATO expansion into Ukraine, which was the principal cause of the war. People in the West don't want to hear that argument, because if it is true, which it is, then the West is principally responsible for this bloodbath that's now taking place. And of course, the West doesn't want to be principally responsible. It wants to blame Vladimir Putin. So we've invented this story out of whole cloth that he is an aggressor, that he's the second coming of Adolf Hitler, and that what he did in Ukraine was try to conquer all of it. And he failed. With a little bit of luck, he probably would have conquered all of it. He'd now be in the Baltic states and eventually end up dominating all of Eastern Europe. As I said, I think there's no evidence to support this.
So maybe there's a lot of things to ask there. Maybe just to leave on NATO expansion. What is NATO expansion? What is the threat of NATO expansion? And why is it such a concern for Russia?
NATO was a mortal enemy of the Soviet Union during the Cold War. It's a military alliance which has at its heart the United States of America, which is the most powerful state on the planet. It is perfectly understandable that Russia is not going to want that military alliance on its doorstep. Here in the United States, we have what's called the Monroe Doctrine. And that basically says no great powers from Europe or Asia are allowed to come into our neighborhood and form a military alliance with anybody in this neighborhood. When I was young, there was this thing called the Cuban Missile Crisis. The Soviets had the audacity to put nuclear-armed missiles in Cuba. We told them in no uncertain terms that was not acceptable and that those missiles had to be removed. This is our backyard, and we do not tolerate distant great powers coming into It's good for the goose, it's good for the gander. And if we don't like great powers coming into our neighborhood, it's hardly surprising that the Russians did not want NATO on their doorstep. They made that manifestly clear when the Cold War ended, and they exacted a promise from us that we would not expand NATO. And then when we started expanding NATO, they made it clear after the first tranche in 1999 that they were profoundly unhappy with that. They made it clear in 2004 after the second tranche that they were profoundly unhappy with that expansion. And then in April 2008, when NATO announced that Ukraine and Georgia would become part of NATO, they made it unequivocally, not just Putin, that was not going to happen. They were drawing a red line in the sand. And it is no accident that in August 2008, remember the Bucharest summit is April 2008, in August 2008, we had a war between Georgia and Russia. And that involved, at its core, NATO expansion. So the Americans and their allies should have understood by at least August 2008 that continuing to push to bring Ukraine into NATO was going to lead to disaster. And I would note that there were all sorts of people in the 1990s, like George Kennan, William Perry, who was Bill Clinton's Secretary of Defense, Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, Paul Nitze, so forth and so on, who argued that NATO expansion would end up producing a disaster, which it has. I would note that at the famous April 2008 Bucharest summit, NATO said that Ukraine would be brought into the alliance. Angela Merkel and Nicolas Sarkozy, the German and French leaders respectively, opposed that decision. Angela Merkel later said that the reason she opposed it was because she understood that Putin would interpret it as a declaration of war. Just think about that. Merkel was telling you that she opposed NATO expansion into Ukraine because she understood correctly that Putin would see it as a declaration of war. What did the United States and its friends in Europe do? They continued to push and push because we thought that we could push NATO expansion down their throat after 2008, the same way we did in 1999 and 2004. But we were wrong. It all blew up in our face in 2014. And when it blew up in our face in 2014, what did we do? Did we back off and say, well, maybe the Russians have some legitimate security interests? No, that's not the way we operate. We continue to double down. And the end result is that in 2022, you've got a war. And as I've argued for a long time now, we, the West, are principally responsible for that, not Vladimir Putin.
So the expansion of NATO is primarily responsible.
Yeah, to put it in more general terms, what we were trying to do was turn Ukraine into a Western bulwark on Russia's border. And it really wasn't NATO expansion alone. NATO expansion was the most important element of our strategy. But the strategy had two other dimensions. One was EU expansion, and the third was the color revolution. We were trying to foster orange revolution in Ukraine, and the basic goal there was to turn Ukraine into a pro-Western liberal democracy. And that meant that you'd have Ukraine, if it worked, as a pro-Western liberal democracy that was in the EU and that was in NATO. This was our goal. And the Russians made it unequivocally clear Ukraine was not going to become a Western bulwark on their border. And most importantly, they made it clear that Ukraine in NATO was unacceptable.
When we talk about the mind of Vladimir Putin, you mentioned that this idea that he has aspirations for imperialist conquest, that he dreams of empire, is not grounded in reality. He wrote an essay in 2021 about one people. Do you think there is some degree to which he still dreams of the former Soviet Union reuniting.
He's made it clear. Anybody with a triple-digit IQ understands that it's nuts to think about recreating the Soviet Union. He thinks it's a tragedy that the Soviet Union fell apart. So, as he made clear in that essay, the July 12th, 2021 essay, and as he made clear in speeches before, immediately before he invaded Ukraine, he accepted the breakup of the Soviet Union, and he accepted the status quo in Europe, save for the fact he did not accept the idea that Ukraine would become part of NATO.
He's been in power for over 2 decades. Is there a degree that power can affect a leader's ability to see the world clearly? As they say, corrupt. Do you think power is corrupted or violence to a degree?
It's very hard for me to answer that question because I don't know him and I've not studied him carefully in terms of his overall performance over the course of the 23 years that he's been in power. I've studied him as a strategist, and I've studied how he deals with the West and deals with the international system more generally since 2014. And I think he is a first-class strategist. This is not to say he doesn't make mistakes, and he admits he's made some mistakes. But I think that the West is dealing with a formidable adversary here. And I don't see any evidence that he's either lost speed off his fastball or that power has corrupted his thinking about strategic affairs.
So he has consistently put as a primary concern security, as does the United States. He's put for Russia's security, making sure that NATO doesn't get close to the border.
I think that's clear. Yeah, I think, as I emphasized early on in our conversation, that leaders privilege security or survival over everything else. And by the way, he gave a number of talks in press conferences, in addition to writing that famous article that you referred to on July 12, 2021. So we have, a pretty clear record of what he was saying, and I would argue what he was thinking in the run-up to the war in February 2022. And if you read what he said, it's quite clear that he privileged security over survival. He was deeply concerned about the security of Russia. And Russia is a quite vulnerable state in a lot of ways, especially if you think back to what it looked like in the 1990s. You know better than I do. It was in terrible shape. The Chinese talk about the century of national humiliation. One could argue that for the Russians, that was the decade of national humiliation. And it took Putin, I think, quite a bit of time to bring the Russians back from the dead. I think he eventually succeeded, but it took a considerable amount of time. And I think he understood that he was not playing a particularly strong hand. He was playing something of a weak hand. And he had to be very careful, very cautious. And I think he was. And I think that's very different than the United States. The United States was the unicorn. It was the most powerful state in the history of the world. The most powerful state relative to all its possible competitors. From, roughly 1989, certainly after December 1991, when the Soviet Union fell apart, up until, I would argue, about 2017, we were incredibly powerful. And even after 2017, up to today, the United States remains the most powerful state in the system. And because of our geographical location, we are in a terrific situation to survive in any great power competition. So you have a situation involving the United States that's different from the situation involving Russia. They're just much more vulnerable than we are. And therefore, I think Putin tends to be more sensitive about security than any American president in recent times.
Europe on one side, China on the other side, a complicated situation.
Yeah, and we talked before about 1812 when Napoleon invaded and Moscow got burned to the ground. We talked about World War One, where the Russians were actually defeated and surrendered. And then we talked about 1941 to 1945, where although thankfully the Soviets prevailed, it was a close call, and the casualties, the destruction of the Soviet Union inflicted on it by the Germans. It's hard to believe. So they are sensitive. You can understand full well, or at least you should be able to understand full level why the idea of bringing Ukraine up to their border really spooked them. I don't understand why more Americans don't understand that. It befuddles me. I think it has to do with the fact that Americans are not very good at putting themselves in the shoes of other countries. You really, if you're going to be a first-class strategist, then I'll contribute what you do. You have to put yourself in the shoes of the other side and think about how they think, so you don't make foolish mistakes.
And as a starting point, Americans tend to see themselves as the good guys and a set of others as the bad guys, and you have to be able to empathize that Russians think of themselves as the good guys, the Chinese think of themselves as the good guys, and just be able to empathize. If they are the good guys, it's like that funny skit, are we the baddies? Consider the United States could be the bad guys. First of all, see the world, if the United States is the bad guy and China is the good guy, what does that world look like? Be able to just exist with that thought, because that is what the Chinese leadership and many Chinese citizens, if not now, maybe in the future, will believe. And you have to kind of do the calculation and simulation forward from that. The same with Russia, same with other nations.
Yeah, I agree with you 100%. Just, I always think of Michael McCall at Stanford, who was the American ambassador to Russia, I think between 2012 and 2014. And he told me that he told Putin that Putin didn't have to worry about NATO expansion because the United States was a benign hegemon. And I asked Mike what Putin's response was to that. And Mike said that Putin didn't believe it. But Mike believed that he should believe it, and that we could move NATO eastward to include Ukraine, and in the end, we'd get away with it because we are a benign hegemon. But the fact is, that's not what Putin saw. Putin saw us as a malign hegemon. And what Mike thinks or any American thinks doesn't matter. What matters is what Putin thinks.
But also, the drums of war have been beating for some reason. NATO expansion has been threatened for some reason. But you've talked about NATO expansion being dead. So, it doesn't make sense from a geopolitical perspective on the Europe side to expand NATO. But nevertheless, that threat has been echoed. So, why has NATO expansion been pushed from your perspective?
There are two reasons. One is, first of all, we thought it was a wonderful thing to bring more and more countries into NATO. We thought that it facilitated peace and prosperity. It was ultimately all for the good. And we also thought that countries like Ukraine had a right to join NATO. These are sovereign countries that can decide for themselves, and the Russians have no say in Ukraine wants to do. And then finally, and this is a point I emphasized before, we were very powerful and we thought we could shove it down their throat. So it's a combination of those factors that led us to pursue what I think was ultimately a foolish policy.
You talked about how wars get started. how do you hope the war in Ukraine ends? What are the ways to end this war? What are the ways to achieve peace there? To end the I would say senseless death of young men. That's always happening.
I'm sad to say I don't have a good answer to that. I don't think there's any real prospect of a meaningful peace agreement. I think it's almost impossible. I think the best you can hope for at this point is some point the shooting stops, you have ceasefire, and then you have a frozen conflict. And that frozen conflict will not be highly stable. And the Ukrainians in the West will do everything they can to weaken Russia's position, and the Russians will go to great lengths to not only damage that dysfunctional rump state that Ukraine becomes, but the Russians will go to great lengths to sow dissension within the alliance, and that includes in terms of transatlantic relations. So you'll have this continuing security competition between Russia on one side and Ukraine and the West on the other, even when you get a frozen peace, and you get a frozen conflict, and the potential for escalation there will be great. So I think this is a disaster.
That's a very realist perspective. Let me ask you sort of the human side of it. Do you think there's some power to leaders sitting down, having a conversation, man to man, leader to leader, about this? There is just a lot of death happening. It seems that from an economic perspective, from a historic perspective, from a human perspective, both nations are losing. Is it possible for Vladimir Zelensky and Vladimir Putin to sit down and talk and to figure out a way where the security concerns are addressed and both nations can minimize the amount of suffering that's happening and create a path for future flourishing?
I think the answer is no.
Even with the United States involved. 3 people.
Well, I think if the United States is involved, the answer is definitely no. You have to get the Americans out. And then I think if you have Zelensky and Putin talking, you have a sliver of a chance that the Americans are a real problem. So let's go back to what happens right after the war starts. Okay? As I said before, we're talking March, early April of 2022. The war starts on February 24th, 2022. And as I said to you, the two sides were negotiating in Istanbul, and they were also negotiating through Naftali Bennett. And the Bennett track and the Turkish track were operating together. I mean, they were not at cross purposes at all. What happened? Bennett tells the story very clearly that they had made significant progress in reaching an agreement. This is Zelensky on one side and Putin on the other. Bennett is talking in person to both Putin and Zelensky. And what happens to produce failure? The answer is the United States and Britain get involved and tell Zelensky to walk. They tell Zelensky to walk. If they had come in and encouraged Zelensky to try to figure out a way with Putin to shut this one down and work with Bennett and work with Erdogan, we might have been able to shut the war down then. But it was the United States.
Well, let me sort of push back on that. You're correct. So the United States thinks it's a picture that everybody's alive. So I maybe correct me, but I believe in the power of individuals, especially individual leaders. Again, whether it's Biden, Trump, or whoever, goes into a room and says, in a way that's convincing, that no more NATO expansion. And actually just on a basic human level, ask the question, why are we doing all this senseless killing? And look at the interest of one, Russia, look at the interest of the other, Ukraine. Their interests are pretty simple. And say, the United States is going to stay out of this. We're not going to expand NATO. And say all of that in a way that's convincing, which is NATO expansion is still at this point. China is the big threat. We're not going to do this kind of conflict escalation with Russia. The Cold War is over. Let's normalize relations.
Let me just embellish your argument.
Thank you. I need it.
If we say there's a sliver of a chance that we can do this, and I do think there is a sliver of a chance, let me just embellish your point. Two things have to be done here, in my opinion. One is Ukraine has to become neutral, and it has to completely sever all security ties with the West. It's not like you can say we're not going to expand NATO to include Ukraine, but we're going to continue to have some loose security arrangement with Ukraine. None of that. It has to be completely separate. Ukraine has to be on its own. Okay. And number two, Ukraine has to accept the fact that the Russians are going to keep the 4 oblasts that they've now annexed in Crimea. The Russians are not going to give them back. And what you really want to do if you're Zelensky or who's ever running Ukraine in this scenario that we're positing, is you want to make sure the Russians don't take another 4 oblasts to include PUKEY and Odessa, right? If I'm playing Putin's hand and this war goes on, I'm thinking about taking 4 more oblasts. I want to take about 43% of Ukraine and annex it to Russia, right? And I certainly want Odessa, and I certainly want Kharkiv, and I want the 2 oblasts in between.
Literally, or as leverage in negotiation.
No, I want them literally. I want to conquer them literally. But my point to you is, if we can begin to talk about cutting a deal now, you may be able to head that kind of aggression off at the pass. In other words, you may be able to limit Putin and Russia to annexing the 4 oblasts that they've now annexed, plus Crimea. That's the best I think you can hope for. But the point is, you have to get the Ukrainians to accept that. You have to get the Ukrainians to accept becoming a truly neutral state and conceding that the Russians keep a big chunk of territory. It's about 23% of Ukrainian territory that they've annexed. And I find it hard to imagine any Ukrainian leader agreeing to that.
Well, there could be more nuanced things like no military involvement between the United States and Ukraine, but economic involvement, sort of financial support, normalizing economic relationships with Ukraine, with Russia.
I think you could probably get away with that. I think that the tricky question there that you would have to answer is, what about EU expansion, right? And I think EU expansion is probably a no-no for the Russians, because most people don't recognize this, but there is a military dimension built into EU expansion. It's not purely an economic alliance or relationship or institution, whatever word you want to use. There's a military dimension to that. And in the run-up to the war, actually in the run-up to the 2014 crisis when it first broke out, the Russians made it clear they saw EU expansion as a stalking horse for NATO expansion. So EU expansion is tricky. But I think your point of close economic relations between healthy economic relations, to use a better term, between Ukraine and the West is possible. I think the Russians have a vested interest. If it's a neutral Ukraine, they have a vested interest in that Ukraine flourishing. But that then brings us back to the territorial issue.
Well, so Do you believe it's possible for individual human relations to counteract the structural forces that you talked about? So meaning the leaders being able to pick up the phone and make agreements that are good for humanity as a whole and for their individual nations.
I think leadership matters here. I mean, one of the real problems here is that there's no trust on the Russian side, and that has to do with the Minsk agreements. The Minsk agreements, which were designed to shut down the civil war in eastern Ukraine, in the Donbass, really mattered to the Russians. There were 4 players involved in the Minsk process, 4 main players, Russia and Ukraine, of course, and then Germany and France. And I believe the Russians took the Minsk Accords seriously. I believe Putin took them very seriously. He wanted to shut down that conflict. Angela Merkel, Francois Hollande, the French leader, and Poroshenko, who was the Ukrainian leader. Those were the 3 key players besides Putin. Again, Hollande from France, Merkel from Germany, and Poroshenko from Ukraine have all explicitly said they were not seriously interested in reaching an agreement in all of the discussions with Putin. They were bamboozling him. They were trying to trick him so that they would buy time to build up Ukraine's military. Putin is profoundly upset about these admissions by these 3 leaders. He believes he was fooled into thinking that Minsk would work. He believes that he negotiated in good faith and they did not. And he believes that the level of trust now between Russia and the West is virtually zero as a result of this experience over Minsk. I only bring this up because it cuts against your argument that leaders could pick up the phone and talk to each other and trust each other, at least somewhat, to work out a meaningful deal. If you're Putin at this point in time, trusting the West is not an idea that's going to be very attractive at all. In fact, you're going to distrust anything they say.
Yeah, distrusting on the West side that there is individual human. The way human nature works, when you sit across from a person, you can trust a human being while still distrusting the West. Yeah, I believe in that. I think with the right leaders, you can sit down. No, like override the general structural distrust of the West and say, you know what, I like this guy. Or gal, whatever. I do hope Zelensky and Putin sit down together and talk. And multiple talk.
Just remember they were doing that in March, and the Americans came in and the British came in, and they scotched a potential deal.
Well, the other beautiful thing about human nature is forgiveness and there's trying again.
When you're the leader of a country in an anarchic system, you have to be very careful not to let your trust in a foreign leader take you too far. Because if that foreign leader betrays you, or betrays your trust and stabs you in the back, you could die. And again, you're going to remember that the principal responsibility of any leader, in whatever country it is to ensure the survival of their state. That means that, trust is only going to buy you so much. And when you've already betrayed the trust of a leader, you really are not going to be able to rely on trust very much to help you moving forward. So you disagree with that? I hope you're right. And if they can shut down the Ukraine-Russia war, it would be wonderful. If I'm proved dead wrong, that would be wonderful. My prediction that this war is going to go on for a long time and end in an ugly way is a prediction that I don't like at all. So I hope I'm wrong.
You wrote that many of us believe that the best hope for ending the Ukraine war is to remove Vladimir Putin from power, but you argue that this isn't the case. Can you explain?
Look, a lot of people thought that they were having all that trouble, the Russians were having all that trouble with Prigozhin and the Wagner group, that Putin was vulnerable and was likely to be overthrown. And what would happen is a peace-loving leader would replace Putin. I mean, 2 points at the time. We're meant to see 2 points now. Number one, he's not likely to be overthrown. He was not likely then to be overthrown. And I think, as long as his health holds up, I think he will remain in power. My second point is, if he doesn't remain in power and he's replaced, I would bet a lot of money that his replacement will be more hawkish and more hardline than Putin is. I actually think one could argue that Putin was too trusting of the West before the war started. And number two, I think one could argue that he has not waged the war against Ukraine as vigorously as one might have expected. He was slow to mobilize the nation to war, and he has pursued a limited war in all sorts of ways. The Israelis, for example, have killed more civilians in Gaza in 1 month than the Russians have killed over 18 months in Ukraine. The idea that Vladimir Putin is waging a punishment campaign and killing on purpose large numbers of civilians is simply not true. All this is to say that I would imagine that if Putin leaves office and someone else comes in to replace him, that someone else would be at least, if not more horrifying than him in terms of waging the war, and certainly would not trust the West anymore.
By way of advice, let me ask you, if I were to have a conversation, interview Vladimir Putin and Zelensky individually, what should I, if you meet Vladimir Putin at the gym, what are good ideas to explore, what are good questions to ask? What are good things to say on or off the mic, once again, that could potentially, even slightly, lessen the amount of suffering in the world caused by this war?
Well, I think if you get an interview with Vladimir Putin, there's all sorts of questions you can ask him. And my sense is that Putin is a straight shooter. He's also very knowledgeable of history. He has simple theories in his head about how the world works. But I think he would level with you, and all you have to do is just figure out what all the right questions are. And that would not be hard to do. You could ask him, why was he so foolish? For example, why was he so foolish to trust Poroshenko, Hollande, and Merkel in the Minsk Accord? Why, after his famous talk at Munich in 2007, where he made it clear that he was so unhappy with the West, did he continue to, in a very important way, trust the West? Why didn't he mobilize the Russian military before late September 2022? Once the negotiations that we were talking about before involving Istanbul and Levin, once they broke down, why didn't he immediately mobilize more of the Russian population to fight the war? Just all sorts of questions like that. And then you could ask him questions about, where he sees this war headed. What's the best strategy for Russia if the Ukrainians will not agree to neutrality? People like John Mearsheimer say we'll probably take close to half of Ukraine
And John Mearsheimer also has questions about China. Is your future relationship with China?
Yeah, I mean, one really important question that I would ask him is if the United States had basically not driven you into the arms of the Chinese, been mobilizing Ukraine, and the United States and its European allies have gone to considerable lengths to create some sort of security architecture in Europe that resulted in you, Vladimir Putin, having good relations with Ukraine. What would your relations with China be? How would you think about it? So there are just plenty of questions you could ask him.
Well, hope burns eternal in my heart is probably Putin's heart as well. Hope was the leap of trust that I felt.
You realize I have, from the beginning, argued for different policies that were all designed to prevent this war from ever happening. I don't know if you know this, but in 1993, I argued that Ukraine should keep its nuclear weapons. I was probably the only person in the West who made that argument. And my argument in 1993 was in foreign affairs is that there may come the day when Russia thinks about invading Ukraine. Should that day come, it would be very helpful for preventing war if Ukraine had nuclear weapons.
The military might is essential for maintaining a balance.
But if you're interested in deterring an adversary, if I'm worried about you coming after me, the best way to deter you is to have military might. And if you're Russia and I'm Ukraine, I'm far weaker than you. And having a nuclear deterrent would be very effective at convincing you not to attack me. Because if you attack me, you're threatening my survival. And that's the one circumstance where it is likely that I would use nuclear to defend myself. And given the consequences of nuclear use, you would be reluctant in the extreme to attack me. So that's why I argued in '93 that if Ukraine kept its nuclear weapons, that made war down the road much less likely. I believe I was correct. And in fact, Bill Clinton, who played the key role in forcing Ukraine to give up its nuclear weapons, now says, he has said it publicly, you can find it on YouTube, that he made a mistake doing it. Furthermore, I argued in 2014 that it made eminently good sense not to continue to push to bring Ukraine into NATO, because the end result is that Ukraine would be destroyed, and Ukraine is being destroyed. So I was deeply interested at the time in making sure that that didn't happen for the good of the Ukrainians, not to mention because stability in Europe